Hey, look at that. I'm coming back up finally. Yeah, nothing like having your internet completely drop out 5 minutes into your stream. Thanks for that, Cox Communications. You rat bastards. And I can say rat bastards because this is after dark. Okay. Anyway, we're back in the saddle, and I was just prattling on about how I'm going to go kick some orc ass. So let's go do that. That's still a good plan. Boat to Mirkwood. We're going to find them, and we're going to make them pay. The Eves of Mirkwood. Hopefully I've got room for a few more quests. 34 of 46. I believe I do. Collect bandages. Bridging the gap. Capture the bridges. Defeat goblin runners. Anyway, it looks like everything's back up and running normally again. Don't know why it dropped out like that, but it just does that once in a while. And oddly enough, usually only when I'm streaming. Military supplies. I think you have to come up here for the last crate just to make sure you know that Fergum is up here.
Might you spare a moment of your time? Mind my words, traveler. Might you spare a moment of your time?
We'll see what we get.
What can I do for you? Might you spare a moment of your time?
Rescue a desperate soldier, an exhausted soldier, and a wounded soldier. I forget what the commander at the top of the hill wanted. I'll figure it out. Anyway, I like playing in Mirkwood. I think it's popular with a lot of longtime Lotro players. Good music, good visuals, bleak. Sort of, I mean, Moria was pretty bleak, but I mean, you really get a sense of I'm not in Kansas anymore. Orc and Uruk Slayer. I thought there was a desperate soldier around here someplace. Org Riders. What else we got? Here he is. Oh, they just killed him. I gotta wait for him to respawn. I hope everybody had a good week. You're setting up for a nice big fun weekend. It is cold and rainy here in Nebraska, so hopefully you guys are enjoying a little bit more spring-like weather than we are. There we go. I have rescued the exhausted soldier. And we've rescued the desperate soldier. That's always a happy thing. And I think the third soldier I need to rescue is over here at the base of the hill. Hopefully I'll run into a goblin runner along the way. So far no joy with that though. Anyway, my video stream is back. I do not see chat moving, so either everybody's really quiet or not interested in Mirkwood or chat ain't working. So if you're out there and still paying attention, which is probably a small group, hey, throw anything into chat to say hi. Test, test. Say chat is working.
You have to eat something on camera.
That's true. That is one of the 5 Tedments. It looks like we've got cheese and crackers, pepper jack on a Triscuit.
Backup refreshment.
Thank you, Pookie. Chat ain't working. That's what I was afraid of. I didn't see it updating it for me. Is it updating for anybody? Let's test chat. Golden Kappa test. Thank you, Josh. Delirian says it seems better as well. Okay. Slowly but surely. I thought maybe it'd been a whole week since I streamed on here last. I'd forgotten how to do it. So you haven't been missing anything. Okay. Whisper, ignore. It's all the same. Don't fight, ducks. People would probably respect you more if you just said, yeah, that Big Ed's an idiot. I went ahead and just blocked him. New deeds. Evil strongholds of Mirkwood. Amon Anganid. So that was just a weird hiccup with my ISP, and then trying to get everything back up and functioning took a second there. Maybe my cable modem was mad I didn't share the pizza with it, I don't know. It's hard to say. Somewhere around here, there's one more soldier that needs rescued. Here he is. Okay, the wounded soldier has now been rescued. That is also good news. So I've been checking out streams all week. I've been seeing a lot of people questing out in the wastes. I've been seeing a lot of anniversary stuff. I just thought I'd come out to Mirkwood and kind of change the pace a little bit. Give Crick Hollow some love and just mix it up. Do something maybe you guys haven't seen this week. Sure, for a lot of you guys, coming out here to the Mirkwood Eves kind of brings back fond memories. And while I'm thinking about it, custom character portrait, we will go ahead and roll that over to 10 years. Now, as I've probably bored some of you with the story before, I have only recently started playing Lord of the Rings Online in a regular fashion. There it is. It's been 4 or 5 years now. I mean, I've been playing pretty steadily, all things considered. Not a good sky for fireworks, I guess. But I got the dragon fireworks too, which are pretty cool. Hopefully I can set that off somewhere where you can actually see it. That would be nice. But I had gotten a beta invite to Lord of the Rings Online because I was playing another game by the same developers at the time. And when I came back to play free-to-play, I still had my other account active, so I am still considered a 10-year player because I was around for beta. And I may be the cheapest person on Lotro Stream. I am a complete free-to-play player. I have never been VIP, although I would not discourage you from ponying up for it. It is wonderful. You get all kinds of benefits from it, including swift travel and mail anywhere, and you can use Destiny points, and you get 500 extra turbine points every month. So don't be cheap like me. Subscribe to Lotro. You'll be glad you did. Mrs. Mustafa's giving us the thumbs up. Thank you, Mrs. Mustafa, for the pepper jack cheese and Triscuits. Okay, honey, that's enough. That's just her little way of being friendly and saying hi to everybody. This bridge has already been destroyed. Oh, I am playing a Guardian, yeah. Thanks, Zinger. Even though Zinger's not in Discord, he's going ahead and paying more attention to chat than I normally do. I have to play the game, so that's sort of a thing. I bought a pair of reading glasses to use for the computer, and I tried them yesterday, and they're just not quite right, so not sure what to do about that. Galfin bought all the expansions and then bought the VIP. Well, The people to really be jealous of are the lifetime subscribers. Man, was that ever a deal. That previous game that I used to subscribe to, I did the calculations on it. In lifetime, I probably spent about $1,200 in monthly subscription costs. So I didn't feel too bad about freeloading for Lotro. Life hype. There you go. Rub it in, Druid's Fire. Thanks for that. Yeah, the folks who got on board with that early saved themselves a large fortune. Bridge has been destroyed. Supply crate. War leaders. Take the gate of one of the orc encampments. I basically have to hang out here for 3 minutes. The good news is I get to kill orcs while I hang out here, so that's kind of what I came here to do. Oh man, he killed an... Oh. Yeah, that's a dead elf. That ain't cool. "47 seconds to go. Did it say I held the gate or that I failed? I didn't notice the text until I was scrolling off the screen. Tidings of victory. I must have been successful. Be careful, my elf friends. Oh, it has me still in combat. Oh, I think this is one of those goblin runners I needed to find. Nope, another scout. There's a runner. There we go. A little power goes a long way towards being able to pull off special attacks. Now what's sneaking around here? Could be a warg, could be another runner, another scout. There's a runner. Well, Blackgate was the update 20, and then the Mordor expansion comes out later this year. So I have a feeling Lotro is a long way from done. There are still places. One of the areas I'd like to see added to the game is actually northern Mirkwood. The part that I'm in right now, southern Mirkwood, is... Let's get out to the greater part of the world. We're down here, and all of this could be added to the game. Northern Mirkwood, the Wilderlands could be added. There's lots of other southern lands that could be added. I mean, they could write all kinds of new stories and new campaigns and stuff that goes beyond the scopes of the books. There is a lot of room for innovation and creativity on the part of Standing Stone that could happen.
How can I be of service? What do you need? Mind my words, traveler.
Rescue a captured soldier. Okay, I think that's up on top of the hill. I know where to go for that. Let's see what else we got here.
What do you need?
I'm bad. This is all stuff I sent to my jeweler that came back. I need to get on Crick Hollow more often. Shame on me. At least some of this stuff is actually for Big Ed. Alright, so we got a prisoner to rescue. We need one more goblin runner dead. We'll head up to the top of this hill. Steam does not take into account that you do not need Steam to play Lotro. It's a scout. Hopefully there'll be a runner coming up behind me now. Nope. I actually normally launch Lotro through Steam, and it kind of scares me because I didn't do it that way for a very long time, and I can already see how many hours I've racked up since I started doing it that way, and it's a scary amount of hours. Yeah, I agree with Druid's Fire. Destroying the One Ring is only the beginning. In fact, I think that should be an official tagline for the game. The destruction of the One Ring was just the beginning. Lord of the Rings Online. That should be a thing. Do you mind if I link my interview with Jerry, Rob, and Jeff from January? Of course not. Go ahead. Please do. It was very nice of you to ask, but completely unnecessary, Druid's Fire. This is your channel too. Feel free to post links, make comments. I just think it's awesome that you stuck around to help answer questions. See if we can get the captured soldier out of here okay. I like how the goblins all sound like Beavis. Are we getting closer? Oops, I slid off the ledge. I've rescued one of the captured soldiers. Okay, that's a good thing. Be very quiet. I'm hunting goblins. Now who's shooting at me? Still need a goblin runner, and I'm supposed to be destroying supply crates. I think that's over across the river. I think I know where that is. So there's another captured soldier, but it doesn't look like I can rescue him. He's going to stay tied up. You hear what I mean about the goblins and Beavis? You just wait for one of the goblins to go, I am Cornelio! It could happen.
Nobody understands you.
I know. There's all these captured soldiers, and I could only free one of them. We'll head down the back of this hill and fight these two clowns. 3 clowns. Hooray. I don't really bother a Guardian, and it gives me a chance to throw around my AoEs. That's really the key to making the Guardian at least playable, is once you get your AoE attacks, you can just keep hitting them while you're carving down your foes, and then when you get to the second and third orcs in the group, they're already fairly whittled down and they die a lot faster. See what I mean? Already whittled down. That wasn't so bad. Don't Fight Duck says, I understand your dated pop culture references, Ed. Don't Fight Ducks, I am glad that you've studied your ancient history, and you know of this Beavis and this Butthead of which I speak. And my bad Elmer Fudd imitation. Okay, so there should be another goblin runner around here somewhere too, apparently. That would be a good thing. Is that a runner? That is a runner. Got him. Wasn't sure I'd be able to tag him with an arrow fast enough. No, the supply crates I'm thinking of destroying, I have to be able to get across the water. So with that bridge out, I don't think I can get there from here. Maybe they're up in this fort? This is where we held the gate earlier? I'll use the tried and true run past everybody technique. And it worked. I'm enjoying a crisp, delicious, and refreshing Coke Zero. They're not an official sponsor of the stream, but maybe one day they will be. Hopefully you are enjoying a refreshing beverage of your choice. Attorney, welcome. Attorney loves Mirkwood, exactly. That's what I was saying earlier. There's been a lot of the same stuff on various Lotro streams this week. I wanted to mix it up and go back to an old favorite. I like Mirkwood. It's murky, like me. The beginning is the most tiresome part, but once you get further in, it's so exciting. Southern Belle is enjoying some iced tea. Galfan is running dangerously low on refreshing beverage. I really like your stream, Ed. I seem to always catch you in these really join along for the ride zones like Moria and Mirkwood. Well, thank you. That's very nice to say. There we go. Well, Josh, we know that you have your choice of many MMOs from which to take a break from WoW, and we appreciate you choosing ours. Enjoy your stay. There we go. They cannot stop the mighty war goat. I am nigh invulnerable when riding my goat. Not really, I just like to make up crazy stuff. Stupid legendaries. Where the heck am I going? Over here.
What can I do for you?
And here.
What do you need?
And up here.
What can I do for you?
Okay, we'll do some inventory management. That is the second Tedment. And I suppose since Zinger worked so hard on it, we'll just give you a quick reminder of exactly what the 5 Tedments of quality Lotro streaming are. If I can get the image loaded here. Okay, and thanks to my buddy Zinger, there are the 5 Tedments of quality Lotro streaming. They include Thou shalt fish, Thou shalt craft, Thou shalt manage thy inventory, Thou shalt eat on camera, and Thou shalt do task item turn-ins. So here's to eating on camera. Darn it. Gloves of Courage. Oh, I do have a Taylor scroll. And I already have that one too. Pretty sure I can sell that javelin safely enough. Supple bow. Alright, well, at least I got a few slots opened up. It's a happy thing. Alright, can we do better with the dragon firework here? Sorry about that sweet view of my goat's butt. There it is. And let's get some quests up. What do we got here? So nothing for Mirkwood yet. I just have to defeat Tagash war leaders. So let's set the quest focus on that and go defeat some war leaders. I guess we'll take the long way around. I think a goat would be able to climb that ledge better. So thank you, Zinger, as always, for your fine dedication, brightening our time here in Lotro with your creative artwork. There's a dwarf who must like killing orcs a lot. You're not a war leader. Hi, Kryles. How are you, bud? Just trying to catch up on chat real quick. The dragon fireworks is going to get altered to last longer and fly closer to the player at some point. That'll be cool. finished your bowling league. You finished last. The important thing is that you finished. Where are these so-called war leaders at? You are not a war leader. There's a war leader. I'm gonna go do very bad things to him. Let's drop this dude like a bad habit. I saw a couple of stream titles say new Twitch affiliate. I thought that they might be partnered, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Any idea what a Twitch affiliate is? Yeah, affiliate's a new program they've kind of come out for folks that are just sort of building their viewership. And it doesn't have quite the stringencies attached to it. I don't think it gets you a subscribe button necessarily, but you can make money off of people using chat bits and things like that. And I've heard other people talking about it. I suppose I should check my messages, but as far as I know, I haven't been offered it, so haven't been worried about it too much. Sounds like there's a lot of benefits to it, though. Looking for war leaders. You don't need to apply, you receive an invite. Yeah. Oh, I'm out of power again. We'll eat a stuffed cabbage. It's delicious and good for me. I don't think I've ever bothered to come all the way back up around here before. There's a war leader. Okay. We'll goat our way on out of here. Fear the goat.
How can I be of service? Might you spare a moment of your time?
Barring the gate. Engines of
Lend me
war.
your ear. Mind my words, traveler.
Defeat riders. Okay. Oh no. It's one of those riders I have to kill. It's almost like he's volunteering to help me complete my quest. I know I could have crushed him with my shield, but I had to drink some more Coke Zero. It's another rider. Where's my charge? Oh, man. Good, it still got him. How is the missus doing? The missus is doing great. Maiden of Rohan, hello. It's the Sith. Zinger senses your dark side, it sounds like. Now Gelfin doesn't have anything to drink. That is truly a shame. Sound of refreshment. Took him a minute to realize he was stunned. We're opening the gate. I guess I'm jamming the gate. Okay. Now, one of the things I like to do with the Guardian, and I don't see a lot of other people doing it with the Guardian, if your body was 100% and you could have Coke if you wanted to, would you go back, or does Coke Zero win in taste? I was a long-time Coca-Cola Classic drinker, and I always enjoyed it. I'd heard people say that, yeah, once you start drinking Diet Pop, then regular pop will taste funny to you. But it's actually true, so I don't know I could go back and drink it now. But every once in a great while, I will have a 12-ounce can of Coca-Cola Classic, just to remember what I'm missing. But the taste of them and the satisfaction of chugging a Coke Zero is actually pretty similar to Classic Coke. I don't miss it. This is really yummy. More so than any other diet soda. Okay, anyway, I was going to blather on something about Guardians. I hear a lot of Guardians say that the way to play is you want to be in overwhelm mode and you want to use a two-handed sword. And a lot of Guardians will actually eschew using a shield. And that just seems crazy to me because that's sort of like your best move as a Guardian. You're the only class that can use a heavy shield in the whole game. So why the heck wouldn't you? But shield spikes are a way to use a shield and make yourself more offensive. Basically what it does is it gives you an increase in critical chances. And if you mix in your shield swipes with your other attacks, it just basically equates to more damage over time. You won't hit with crits every time, but I find that if I'm fighting a lot like I am here in Mirkwood, that I'm going to cut through stuff faster using the shield spikes, because every once in a while I'm going to pop that critical and it's going to result in faster kills. So if you're not using shield spikes on your wardens or your guardians, you should give it a try. I mean, if you're just absolutely devoted to playing with two-handed weapons, then more power to you. Nothing wrong with that, but wardens can't use two-handed weapons, of course. With guardians, I'm actually pretty happy with the damage output. And every once in a while, when one of those shield strikes hits for big damage, it's a happy thing. Plus, it gives your weaponsmith something else to do. It's like, hey, idiot, go make me shield spikes. And the higher the level you get and the higher the quality of shield spikes you're using, the better the chance of critical hits. So it comes into play more and more and more as you advance in levels. You may not get tons of critical hits when you're, 20th or 30th level. When you start getting up into your 50s and 60s, it gets noticeable. I imagine by level cap, it can be a pretty significant add to your damage output. Or I'm completely wrong. I think Zinger has a couple of guardians at level cap he can probably say better than I could. Zacy, the best thing I can say about Lotro versus any other MMO I've ever seen, the storytelling in Lord of the Rings Online is unsurpassed. It is absolutely brilliant. I mean, they take everything from Tolkien's books and it's included. You get to meet Gandalf, you get to fight alongside Legolas and Aragorn. You get to watch all of the key events unfold in the storyline. But they have fleshed the game out with additional characters and additional storylines and things that go beyond the scope of the books. Something that Tolkien might have just mentioned in a sentence or two has been fleshed out into new regions and new quest lines. There's completely original characters and completely original storylines, and the original storytelling is fantastic in this game. It really is. I mean, if you're a fan of Tolkien at all, this game is a must play, and the fact that it's this pretty and this fun and it's free to play is crazy. And I'm not saying you shouldn't subscribe. I've managed to do it completed head count. I've managed to murder lots of orcs. That's never a bad thing. You can grind for the in-store currency, the game currency, so that you can buy expansions and you can buy quest packs and not have to dish out real money. But if you like to play a lot of different characters and do a lot of variety stuff, that's easy. If you'd rather play one or two characters and get them to level cap as fast as you can, then that's going to be very difficult. If you're the second type of player, you're going to want to go ahead and subscribe. It's going to make life a lot easier and you can get to where you want to go faster. But I mean, the old cliche about most MMOs, Lotro Trilly is a journey. There's no particular reason to rush as fast as you can to the end game content. And actually, I've mentioned it before, some of my most enjoyable playtime in the game is in the mid-levels. I really like that 40th to 60th or 75th range. I mean, all the content's really, really good. But when you're in that particular band of levels, you can be playing in Forakel, you can be playing in the Misty Mountains, you can be playing in Angmar. When you get to Moria, there's tons of stuff to do. Moria in of itself is amazing. I mean, it's a must-see. It's really an accomplishment. I mean, truly brilliant game development work. To have a particular cave, you walk in this cave entrance, and there's this huge region with all kinds of sub-regions throughout it, unique architecture, all kinds of storyline quests, all kinds of things to see and explore. And Moria goes on seemingly forever. And then you come out of Moria into the Golden Wood, and you're so happy to be out from underground. I mean, every player remembers that feeling of just being like, oh, God, get me out of Moria. As amazing as Moria is, if you don't know your way around, you spend a lot of time learning the lay of the land. I'll just put it that way. But to step into Lothlorien and the Golden Wood and to see the city of the elves and walk among the flets is pretty amazing.
You tell them about the festival?
Oh yeah, and there's festivals too. Thanks for that, honey.
And the little flying dragon lizard things?
The kites?
What?
Those are kites, honey.
Oh. And then there's the fireworks.
Who's shooting me? This dude back here shooting me. I think I need to kill more of these dudes
Mustafa
anyway.
knowing all about the game.
Yeah. Mrs. Mustafa likes the chicken run stuff.
That's the best.
Zinger's amazed by your game knowledge, honey.
Hey Zing, Murder She Wrote's on 10 o'clock.
There you go.
Hello, Mrs. Mustafa.
And Zinger, welcome to chat.
Hello.
Usually if you don't pop in right away, I just figure somebody more interesting than me is streaming and that you're probably hanging out in their channel.
No, I didn't want to tank your viewer count right away.
Oh. If I'm streaming, I don't think you can do much more damage than that. That's okay. We're at 49 viewers and holding, which is pretty amazing for a Friday night. I really appreciate everybody hanging out with me, including my pal Zinger.
So this was the first character you made? Or
No, actually, I think Galandriel is my original character from Beta. I'm not 100% sure of that. But Big Ed Mustafa I made at a friend's suggestion. A weird coincidence. Doresa's husband and I were. No, I'm getting that story a little bit mixed up. Um, the RC Flying Club. I'll start that story over. I'm out at the RC Flying Club one day, and a buddy of mine, Eric, is talking, and he's like, "Oh yeah, my dad's big into Lord of the Rings online," and I was like, "Really?" Because I play that, and I'm the only person I know who plays that game. It's like, "Oh no, no, my dad's a big Tolkien fan," and so I actually rolled up Big Ed Mustafa on Silverlode because that's where his kinship was, and I thought it would be fun to just have a character on Silverlode, and I could join up with Eric's dad's group and do group quests and stuff. And what's funny about it is for years after I created Big Ed Mustafa, I looked for Rick Kristoff on Crick Hollow and never ran into him and didn't know any of his character names. And I would send him emails occasionally like, "Hey Rick, it's Ed from the Flying Club. Yeah, I've got Big Ed Mustafa on Silverlode. Drop me a note sometime." So, I don't know. It's just one of those weird things. Like, "Hey, you should come over to my server and we'll hang out." And then I never saw him. But that's okay. But, oh, that was how I found out that Doressa plays Lotro as well. Her husband, I've mentioned before, is one of my flying buddies. And I happened to be standing around with Eric one time, and I don't know how the subject of video games came up or whatever, but he goes, "Hey, do either of you happen to know of a game called Lord of the Rings Online?" We kind of look at each other like, that's really weird because we're the only two people in this club who have any idea what you're talking about. But yes, he's like, "Oh yeah, my wife plays that." And Jeff's wife was very embarrassed. She's like, "Don't tell those people I play video games. They'll think I'm a nut at my age." And I don't think she realized that she was probably the average median age for a Lotro player. We don't tend to be that young, but I've actually known two other people from my own RC Flying Club that play Lotro. Three if you count Eric, because him and his dad both played for a while. And Eric actually quit flying because he got really into Minecraft and was hosting his own Minecraft server and stuff like that. Very bright guy. Programmer by trade, and was kind of a mad scientist with the electric airplane stuff. He would make all kinds of crazy flying models with LED lights on them and sound effects, and he had a flying wing that was set up so that it looked like it was shooting laser guns with sound effects and stuff. You could trigger it from a switch on his radio. Just dumb fun stuff we would do. So that's where Big Ed Mustafa came from. It was actually my email address if you ever wanted to contact me, besides Twitter and besides Twitch Whispers. BigEdMustafa@yahoo.com or BigEdMustafa@hotmail.com. And Eric's dad, Rick, not only thought the name was amusing, but actually got the reference from the Dirty Harry movie, The Enforcer. So that is where the name Big Ed Mustafa comes from.
What do you need?
So that was an extremely long answer to the question. So is this your first character?
Oh, did you say something?
No, I knew you were tuned out anyway. You're probably watching the same episode of Murder, She Wrote that my wife is. I missed one Warg Rider. Let's go find one.
Leveling up my warden that I still have no idea how to play.
That's okay. I was
It's
at level.
okay.
I was at level cap before Chromite started teaching me how to play my hunter. And then we found out that he got it all wrong because Blue Line is the best hunter. There's a rider. Can you even imagine the reaction if Chromite had heard those words aloud? Chromite was wrong.
No.
The rage would be uncontainable. In fact, just thinking about it, I'm looking over to make sure my aspect ratio is all set good. Alright, gates jammed, war machines are all destroyed, your gates
What can I do
blocked,
for you?
and I killed all your war griders. What's
You lend me
next?
your ear.
That's it, we're ready to begin the assault.
The Golden Host is preparing to bring the first act of their invasion on Mirkwood to a close with an all-out assault upon the hill overlooking the landing.
We're going to go defeat the fortress commander. So how's your week been, Zinger?
Pretty good. Tired. Weather's getting better, so outdoor stuff. You?
Okay. Overall, things have been really good. We had a customer at the data center who was all like, oh yeah, we got the special storage equipment coming. It's super important. We got to get it installed right away. And do you think you've got a spot for it? And I'm like, yeah, don't you guys have a ticket in for us to decom 4 cabinets of old stuff? Oh yeah, well if we could move up the date on that, we can go ahead and clean out those cabinets for the new gear. Okay, well we're going to have the stuff there Wednesday. So I've been on my overnight, guys, all week to get these cabinets cleaned out and uninstall this storage area networking gear, SAN equipment. It's basically just shelves full of lots and lots of hard drives, and the equipment's really heavy and it's not fun to move around. And so they kept screwing around and not getting around to getting the stuff decommed. And like, look, I need those cabinets cleaned out. That gear could be here Wednesday. And they didn't have it done, and they didn't have it done. So finally they were like, yeah, the gear's going to be there Thursday or Friday. We need to have it stood up as quick as you can. So I ended up hanging around late yesterday, and I spent about 3 hours cleaning out the last of these equipment cabinets, and it was just dirty and dusty, and I was having to crouch down and pick up little bits of hardware off of the floor, nuts and washers and things like that.
You
And
don't have interns to do that for you?
yeah, those were the people who work overnight that were blowing it off. Or they kept finding other stuff they said they had to do. And so it's like, all right, well, when that equipment gets here, I'm going to have those cabinets ready. So I stayed late, and I spent about 3 hours digging out all the last of this crap and cutting old cable ties to get the power cabling out, and having to get under the floor to dig out some of the fiber optic cabling and get it all done. And I got home last night about 6:30, 7 o'clock, just tired, and my legs hurt from being crouched down in the cabinet. We get on our daily ops call this morning. Oh yeah, that HDS array that we ordered from Hitachi, yeah, we decided to go a different direction. We might order some IBM stuff or something, but don't worry about installing that. It's not coming. I was like, hey, that's fantastic. Thanks for the news. It's like, ugh. It's alright, comes with the territory. I just hope I didn't ruin a shirt trying to get in and out of that cabinet. You catch on little bits of metal and it tends to tear up jeans and shirts. And
It's like a free gym membership.
yeah, kinda. It's the best workout I've had in a couple weeks, I know that. See, the intern knew. Great interns. Well, that's the problem. They're not interns. They're actual paid hardware engineers. They just work the overnight shift in case we have an outage in the middle of the night. But the customer's always right, so.
Orlos, he's playing a Guardian.
Very stylish Guardian, equipped with heavy shield and wearing the Losoth armor from Forakel. Although at this point I think I've replaced it and it's mostly cosmetic.
Apparently, Belle thinks he would make a good fashion show announcer.
Okay. As long as that doesn't involve cleaning out equipment cabinets, I think I'd be okay with that.
Because when I think of you, I think style.
It's probably just the majestic image of me dressed as Moses. Could see where it'd be easy to get that confused with real life.
Hey, you've been Santa Claus before, so...
It's true. That's the toughest part of being in Nebraska is I don't think red is really my color.
It works when you've got the playoff beard going.
There we go. I just had to run away long enough for my what is it? Catch your breath. Catch your breath to reset. So that wasn't cowardice. That was a strategic running away. So one fault with Guardians is that they are expected to stand and fight, and they don't have a whole lot of options when it comes to an oh crap button like some of the other classes do.
Yeah, eventually, like when you get like better legendaries, and you start working on getting ones that you actually want. There's one for Warrior's Heart. It's that nice heal that you get, and you can you can jack up like how much healing you get. So you can basically get like a 20k heal or something like that.
Photorm is saying charge and stun all. Hello, Gus here. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you with us. So, yeah, I'd mentioned earlier you have a couple of higher level Guardians, don't you? At least a couple at level cap?
Yeah. Yep, I have 2 at level cap. Different servers.
So,
I don't tend to group much though, and I do end up mostly going the 2-hander with them. So, but I don't. You play how you want to play. I don't care.
yeah, I know you're not one of those guys who's like, no, this is the best way to play and everybody else is stupid. But
Yeah,
I am curious if just your own opinion. I'm asking for it, so it's perfectly fine. But how far off base am I with thinking that shield spikes is not a bad way to go? It's just not a way that you typically play, or
I mean, I've never used them. I'm sure they're helpful to use. I don't see any harm in using them, unless like the damage type that they put off would be something that you wouldn't want in a certain fight. Like if there happens to be enemies that like reflect, Western Ease or something like that, you wouldn't want Western Ease spikes on you. But other than that, I don't see any harm in them. I'm not efficient enough to use them myself. Plus,
Okay.
I don't really use the shields, because I'm mostly just solo 2-hander.
Mind my words, traveler.
Do you get a lot of a lot of blocks with the 2-handed sword? That almost came out as a racial thing. I started to say, so do you get a lot of blacks? And it's like, no, that wasn't what I meant.
But you made sure to say it anyways.
Well, I'd hate to have somebody guess that I almost said something worse than what I almost said.
Yeah,
So
I mean, as far as I know, because unless I was in yellow line where you get the blocks from 2-hander, you don't get blocks from having a 2-hander.
okay, that's interesting.
If you don't, it's instead of blocks, it'd be parries. Is what because parry opens up all the chain things.
Yeah.
So it's parry is what I'd be looking for instead of a block.
That's champions get block with 2-handed weapons in blue line.
Yes.
So with Guardians, it's yellow line 2-handed blocks.
Yes.
Or if you've got shield equipped, obviously you get blocks, but not without shield unless you're yellow. Good to know. I haven't played around with my Guardians that much. Big Ed Mustafa's 63rd level here on Crick Hollow, and Shanaria is my Guardian on Arkenstone, and she is 54th or 55th level, so almost 10 levels back of Big Ed. And yeah, it's one of those classes that I kind of know the basics, and I can get out there and mix it up with them okay, but not really knowing the subtleties of the class or how to build for maximum effectiveness. And that's one of the things that keeps Lotro fresh is, I mean, I'm a 10-year player, and there's plenty of stuff I don't have a clue about. I tend to take a pretty casual approach, though.
Ditto.
Yeah, as do you, which is probably why we're so simpatico on a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, and I haven't played with Yellow Line Guardian on, I have a line set up for red, I have a line set up for blue. I've never set up like a line for yellow, but I've picked traits like out of the yellow. If there's one, I think it's like Word Chant or something like that from yellow, that it's a, I don't know if you have the skill yourself, but it's a pretty handy skill. It like reduces, reduces, I think, the outgoing damage by like 5% from enemies. But it does a little AoE, so it has a chance to help spread the bleeds as well, since that's kind of the crux of Redline Guardian is bleeds and all that stuff.
Well, that brings up an interesting question. Let's go to... It's interesting. Am I wearing player-crafted armor? No, I am not.
Then again, that was the whole, that was part of the whole controversy, recent with Guardians was that, oh, they're nerfed and their bleeds and, healing off that and whatnot. I don't know. I didn't really follow it all because, I don't care enough to be like maximum 100%,
Yeah.
I can still, kill stuff, yada yada.
If the worst problem you have in life is that Guardians got nerfed, then life is pretty good.
Exactly.
I honestly don't know what my second trait line is. I was just going to look. I did take yellow. Have never played it. Fighter of Shadow. Use light damage and two-handed tanking in combat. You've earned 37 ranks. And not knowing anything about the various trait lines, I've just been mostly filling in from the bottom up.
So like if you were playing in yellow, you'd probably be like something like an off tank, and you would be using like a two-hander instead of a sword and board. I think, because they get the blocks from two-hander anyways. But I think it's kind of like AoE oriented, and I don't know all the ins and outs of yellow, but yeah, it's kind of an off tank. Then again, I'm sure there are people in chat that know much better about guards than either of us.
Even if I wanted to take the time to become a big expert guardian in Lotro and get all of the trait lines down, Mrs. Mustafa would show up and tell me I had to go take out the trash anyway and ruin it all. So, there's that. Alright, let's apply that and I'll switch back to Redline. Didn't even realize I had a point to spend. Yeah, if you haven't played a character in a while, believe me, it might do you some good to pop in and just double check some stuff.
Yeah, Josh, I mean, if you're VIP or formerly VIP, you can use Swift Travel at Stable Masters. But I think if you hit Shift C and go to the bottom panel, it's like the Stable Collector panel, and you can get around, but using that thing, I believe, would cost mythical coins, so... Every class gets every class gets a blah blah blah, a milestone skill that you can kind of set a rally point to a location for fast travel.
Kryles thinks this is probably my last stream since I said, do you get a lot of blacks?
If that's the worst thing you said, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty mild for me. Besides, I think everybody knows by now the only people that I bear any grudge against racially are the Koreans. Any nation that spawned the evil that is Mrs. Mustafa, I can't trust him ever again.
I was gonna say, he's allowed to say that because he's married to one.
So, yeah, my theory is that Koreans just moved to the United States so they can marry white guys and torture them. Only because that's been my first-hand experience.
Hello, Cookie.
The Cookie Mama, howdy. We're in Discord if you want to pop in and say hello to everybody, the Cookie Mama.
Okay, so Ammon here said yellow line relies more on debuffing than absorbing damage. So there you go.
There you go.
Who would have thought Guardians would have, someone would have gone into a group as a Guardian for debuffing?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting. I don't know that it's true for every class, but for a lot of them, the 3 trait lines present you with very different opportunities. Yeah, I don't know that the difference between, say, yellow line and red line for rune keepers is that big of a deal.
Gotta warn you, I'm on mobile.
You are on mobile. Hello, welcome. How was your week?
Hello.
Ooh, I can hear myself.
Sorry.
That's okay. You getting excited that the school year is almost over?
Oh, yes. We're counting the days down.
I doubt it not. So I used Discord Mobile for the first time last week. Mrs. Mustafa and I were in the car headed somewhere, and I noticed that Maiden of Rohan was on playing Stardew Valley, and I hadn't used the mobile voice feature before, so we popped in and said, I think it was her and Ninth Pawn were hanging out.
Yeah, I'm using it for the first time today, too. Got you up on the big screen and...
Do I look even more dashingly handsome on the big screen?
You betcha.
Fantastic. So do you have any Guardians that you play, Cookie Mama?
Yes, my main is a Guardian on Landerval. She's at level 57 now.
Oh, okay.
So we're yet, but I love my guard.
They're a little slow to start out with, but once you get them rolling, I like my Guardians. They're just solid and they get the work done.
They really do. I mean, whenever I play a new game, I have a tendency to play the tank character because I have a tendency to get so lost, and that way I can actually survive through the thing. And so, I saw the Guardian, and I was like, maybe I can, deal with stuff, and so that's kind of what I've done.
Yeah, be able to fight your way out of a bad situation. Nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
There we go. I think the last time we talked, you were at home, and your voice level was a little quiet, and you're coming through nice and clear on the mobile. So I just tweaked the audio a little bit.
Yeah. Well, part of it was I had taken off the headphones and decided to use my mic, and I'd left my mic up on the thing instead of bringing the thing close to me. So I figured.
Now this is where you whisper, so he has to keep on changing it.
Yeah. I think we all know that I would eventually just ignore it and be happy sending out a bad stream. So that's okay. But no, you sound good. You're coming through nice and clear.
Cool.
That's why Deathman calls this low quality entertainment. I just don't pay that much attention.
Just don't what?
Oh, I said I just don't pay that much attention to the details like I should. Like, shouldn't you fix your volume levels, Ed? Yeah, probably. That kind of thing. Yeah, that'd probably be good if I did that, huh?
Shouldn't you look at your Twitch chat every now and then, Ed?
Exactly. I look over, I see it. Yes, Twitch chat is there. Druid's Fire's waving hello to you.
Hi, Druid Spire. I've been friends with her for a very long time. It's awesome.
Very cool. Yeah, she had a great stream. Nice of her to hang out with us here after she was done. Of course, with the inventory management she had to do, she might still be up for a while yet. We'll see how that goes. Nothing worse than messy backpacks.
It's so much easier. Yeah, very true. It's so much easier now that they have that automatic sort button, at least for me.
It helps, especially combining everything to kind of put it in the same category within the pack. It makes it a lot easier to find things.
Yeah.
I could do with a couple more dozen bag slots, though.
Yeah, I have all the slots that Turbine, or excuse me, that Standing Stone will sell me. So, till they.
Oh, I am too, Southern Belle. I have so much stuff that I really don't need. It's like, ugh. You just say, you're like, yeah, but I might need it. Never mind that you can probably, you know, find stuff later. What? I wasn't so what?
Fernando is asking if it's better to download Lotro through the website or on Steam.
You'll probably get consistent, faster throughput through Steam. But I can't really say for sure. That would just be my guess.
Yeah, I mean, because I've had it for a while, I never did it through Steam, other than for one like the Steam Steely Dawn or something like that. I had to start something through Steam, but
Yeah, I've done it, well, ever since, yeah, it's been a couple years since I switched over to Steam. So, yeah, I've always done it through Steam since it's been, I think.
I guess like if you're interested in tracking your hours, maybe you do it through Steam. You know, if you want to give yourself a shock every now and then.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the worst part about it. It's like, dum da dum da dum. Oh, I think I'll play some Lotro, and then you look and it's like you've played for 2,300 hours. It's like, what am I doing with my life? And then you're like, oh yeah, it's either this or I go. Yeah, it's either I play this or I have to go clean the garage. So, Lotro it is.
Exactly, Isabu. You send it to your other alts, and it's like, you know, But even after they can't use it, you're like, And my newest alt is on a new server, so I start the whole process again. Or it's bound. Yeah, or it's bound to tune. Yeah, that's the other thing that's annoying. You don't want to spend the Mithro on trying to send it to somebody that's not due.
It's funny some of the weird stuff that they make bound. Pirate hats and pirate eye patches from Talk Like a Pirate Day. It's like, why is that a big deal to send? They're basically cosmetic only, and it's like, Duressa asked me last week, she's like, can you send me an eye patch? I'm like, I think they're bound to character. You can't even share them amongst your own characters on the server. Or maybe it's just
I don't know.
I can't. I'm not that smart.
I don't know if it's me or you, but you're kind of going on the voice chat, so it might be me.
He's always going
Yeah, I think that's my normal voice.
Oh, that too, Delorfin. I'm sorry, I probably mangled your name. Forget I have it and die. Yeah, that's exactly. That happens all the time. Be like, oops, I could have used a morale pot.
Well, just remember, if Delarfin's not in chat with us, Delarfin can't correct you on the pronunciation. Therefore, you are pronouncing it right. It's impossible to be wrong.
Get it.
Apparently they're bound because you can buy them in the store, according to Kryles.
Ah. Good catch, Kryles. I did not realize those were for sale.
I do know that when Cordovan was going on, the different servers and giving out stuff, that those were some of the items he was giving out, were those pirate cosmetics.
And kudos
I
for
read some.
putting pirate stuff in the game. What did you read? Go ahead, Cookie Mama.
I read somebody in chat the other day say something about there should be a deed for slapping Layla in the Layla's market 35 times or something. I don't know. I was like, ah.
Oh, I'll do it without the D. She's horrible.
Yeah, she's right up there for least likable NPC, no doubt about it.
She's worse than the people that put the taters up on the auction house for 500 gold. For 3 taters.
That's pretty awesome.
Ducky mentions Sarah Oakard, of course, but as least likable, perhaps. I know she gets a lot of flack.
Yeah, she gets a lot of bad rap, yeah.
Oh, those early quests where she's so painfully slow, everybody hates that. At least to her credit, she's evil, though. She's not just annoying.
You can just take those times to get up and, get a drink or something.
Yeah. Oh, Sarah Oakard, I'm going to go make a sandwich.
What? I'm going to have to go back and see what's going on.
All right. Well, thanks for popping in and saying hi.
No, I'm saying you keep cutting out, so I don't know if it's me or...
Oh, okay.
So I'm just wondering what's going on.
Are you on like a Wi-Fi connection that might be a little weak?
Maybe.
Singer's not cutting out, though. It's just me.
Yeah.
I don't think you're cutting out on my end.
Playing a Guardian. He's got a Guardian.
Uh-huh. He's playing a Guardian.
Yes, watch and learn how not to play a guard.
Well, I can't believe I've screwed up playing a Guardian too badly. I'm not wearing light armor. I'm not trying to use a staff as a weapon. Overall, this is one of my better efforts. Zinger's trying to think of a snappy comeback, but he's like, yeah, I think Ed might be right.
Yeah. You're not on the hunter, so I can't hit you that bad. Although I think he has a guard, too. I think he has a guard, a mini, and a hunter. Cap probably all maxed out.
Yeah, Ducky's main is a Cappy. He's, what, 30?
38.
38 currently.
Hey, Half Pint.
Half Pint's here. Hello. Guardian staff's overpowered. Yep.
Guardian staff.
Guardian ever gets
I don't know of any, Josh. I'm sure they are. I know different people talk about their different settings, but it's like there's so many different computers and so many different internets that it's kind of what you can, different for everybody, I guess.
Yeah, as a general rule of thumb, as long as you build a PC that will run Grand Theft Auto 5 really well in ultra high detail with high def, then Lotra will probably look okay on it too. That would be one useful guide.
If you can play Solitaire, you can probably play Lotra.
Right. If those cards bouncing across the screen look good, then you could probably play Lotra. No.
That is the best part of it.
It kind of is sometimes. Druid says she forgot to re-equip her offhand after fishing early in stream. She blames you.
Yeah, I'm a bad influence on her. I think we've established that. She mentioned that, but she didn't tell me if she caught anything cool.
How's your fishing on this character, Ed?
That is an excellent question. Let's look and see.
You're not Telerian, so, I can't assume that it's capped out.
Nope. Just broke 100. About halfway home. We'll do that when I get to 500 followers. I'll just do a 10-day fishing stream and finish up Lord of Streams.
I'm sure Maiden will help you out. She's good at those long streams.
I'll just take like a quick 23-hour nap as soon as I get my fishing maxed out for the day. Then come back and do it again.
Better do inventory management for 23 hours.
I could do that.
That's Ducky, by the way.
I gathered. Hi, Ducky.
Hello.
Ducky and Kitty are both here with me. Yeah. I know, she's not. She's not old enough to have an account yet.
That'll make for a pretty sweet birthday party, though, when she does.
Yep. She's like, uh-oh. You don't know. Okay.
In the meantime, she could do all your DD for you while you're around.
Maybe, if she wants to. It's up to her. She's still deciding what she wants to play and, whether she wants to play, so we'll let her do that.
But there's an imposter cat in the room.
There's an imposter cat. The actual cat is sitting here with us. So.
The imposter.
Well, I hear Ed always talking about a game called Hello Kitty Online.
That's me who talks about that. Mrs. Mustafa's not even Japanese, and she loves Hello Kitty.
Some of my students do, but they're 3 and 4, so it kind of works for them.
Yeah, we're gonna run away. Well, I may not live to run away.
Uh-oh. Ooh. That's when you're like, Whirlwind. I love Whirlwind and Hammer Down. I think Whirlwind and Hammer Down are my favorite things.
I did get the run buff away.
So, you can use your charge to get away, or you can stun them and then get away. You can use your Warrior's Heart to heal up. You can, I forget what it's called, the skill that gives you a heal based on the tier of bleed you have on the enemy. It's on your second row up, all the way to the left.
Okay.
With like honorable combat or something like that.
Oh, okay. Right there.
It's like, especially if you have a tier 10 bleed on them and you're really low on health and you pop that, it'll give you a pretty decent heal, and it uses up the bleed tiers go away.
2% maximum health for every bleed on afflicted target.
There you go.
There you go. See, this is why you should stream Lotro, so other people can teach you how to play the game. It's immensely helpful for me.
Might you spare a moment of your time?
Yeah, that is one way to learn the game.
Megovanen. Stay a
Yeah,
moment.
it took me a while to find that 2.5 pint. I think it was somebody on chat that was talking about it, but yes, I never could remember the shortcut for it. It is Alt F10, by the way, for the lantern. But it was way before Moria. But, you know. Lantern just...
Not the game when the extension of Moria just came out.
Yeah. I know, but it was way before Moria. I got into Moria, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What can I do for you?
Good morning, Sam.
Hey, Sam.
And hello, Sam. Southern Belle says she needs to start streaming because then she needs all the help she can get. I'm right there with you.
Is that exactly why you started streaming? Is that not the plan?
No, that's just to explain that.
It's just one of the side benefits. When I first started streaming Lotro, there weren't very many people doing it. A lot of the time, you'd pop onto Twitch and there wouldn't be anybody streaming Lotro. But now, Lord of the Rings Online is on pretty much 24/7. We've got this big crew of stream team members here at Lotro Stream. We all stream it in our own personal channels multiple times a week, and so it's nice to see the game finally getting a little bit of representation out on Twitch.
So in other words, you were a trendsetter, huh?
Or just arrogant enough to think that, yeah, if people see me playing the game, they'll like it and want to try it. And instead, it's more kind of a, this guy's a clown, I can do way better than him, so people are picking up the mantle just to show how much better they can do it, which I'm okay with.
Yeah, but they can't do a fishing stream as well as you can.
Well, thank goodness Talarian doesn't stream, because his fishing would put me to shame. He's got like 12 characters at 200 fishing. I only have 3.
He would be on like 4 accounts at a time.
Yeah.
Streaming on all, or fishing on all 4 of them.
Jeez.
How do you stream a 4-account stream?
That's what he's saying. He I don't know that you could stream 4. That'd like be a 2 or 3 computer setup. It'd have to be.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many people multi-boxing streaming, but I've seen a couple here and there.
If you were going to multi-box Lotro, fishing would be the best reason why.
Better self-raid.
Yeah, so free.
I don't know that I'd want to self-raid though, because you wouldn't be able to do all the...
Just go out into the Ettenmoors and fight yourself until both of your characters were ranked 15. Big Ed Mustafa has defeated Mustafa, Big Ed. Mustafa, Big Ed has defeated Big Ed Mustafa. Eventually I would become a legend in my own mind.
Right?
Or banned, you know, either way.
Or banned, or both.
Probably not something you want to do while streaming, you know.
I've probably done worse things while streaming. Like eating 2 whole cheeseburgers on camera. If I'm hungry enough and I start eating on camera, it's going to look like a Resident Evil game. Why is that zombie eating that flesh so hungrily? Oh, that's just Big Ed with a chicken leg. Don't worry about it. It's not really the game.
Big Ed just got hungry on screen. It's okay.
Exactly.
Bring it on.
Just be glad you're not on his side of the screen.
So, have you turned in your tasks yet?
Not yet. We've got to do some crafting, and we've got to do some fishing, and we've got to do task turn-ins.
Well, there's a river right behind you.
There is the Annuan River, actually. Not a great fishing spot, so we might find something inland that'll work better.
Okay.
Is it as bad as Dead Marshes, though?
No, nothing's as bad as the wasteland for fishing.
Oh, man.
Where do you think is the best fishing spot in the game?
I have several favorites for low-level characters. There's a spot just up the road from Old Odo's Leaf Farm, where if you look in the water off of the bridge, you can actually see fish swimming even when you don't have a fishing pole out. And that's always the sign of, yeah, I mean, the fishing is really active there. And it's low level. You're not going to catch anything great. But if you're just starting out with, 1 point of fishing skill and you want to work your way up to 20 or 30 or 40, it's very, very fast action there. You'll pull in fish very quickly, and it'll let you score fishing points faster than just about any place else. After you get to fishing level 50, there's some really blue water by the Stable Master near Ostguruth in the Lone Lands.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a really good place to fish and start catching trout. And then after you get to level 100, fishing skill I'm talking about, if you go to Oghire, that kind of capital in Angmar, you can catch you can catch darters right off the dock in the middle of town. It's perfectly safe, and you can get your entire darter master group there. And then Galandriel, my first character, caught her 50-pound salmon and the last of the sturgeon group that she needed in the Black Pool right outside of Moria.
Oh, where the Watcher? Where you fight the Watcher?
Yep. I don't know what
the Watcher said. The fish can survive, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what the Watcher eats, but the Watcher must not eat fish, so there's pretty good fish in there.
Dwarves, don't you know?
Yeah.
Seems like lactose respawn.
And the pool in Gasport near, Tally says.
Oh, yeah, inside the settlement there, yeah.
What about the one outside the settlement? Is that one any good?
Not bad. Yeah, I think I've caught some fish outside there, too.
I had to swim through that a couple times, and I thought I saw a fish or two in there, but maybe not.
Yeah, I jumped off the cliff at Gathfort near into the water a couple times there.
Okay, here's a question. What's the best place to fish in Everswim?
Oddly enough, Everswim is a little bit tough from a fishing standpoint. The big lake itself is not particularly good for fishing, which is super annoying. You'd think, hey, this whole level is basically one big fish, or one big lake. There should be plenty of fish. But any of the smaller ponds and lakes, it's a good question. Where's a good fishing hole in Evendom?
Well, too much chlorine in the water. It's really one big swimming pool, not one big fishing hole.
Yeah, that could be. Or having all of us idiots out paddling around in armor, scared off all the fish.
Right.
That and all the junk from Numenos.
Yes.
Yeah, true.
My champion was out there swimming around in heavy armor like the world's biggest rattle trap.
Right.
Have fun once you have a fish.
Captain in heavy armor with a herald behind you.
At least now they let you get in the boats before you've discovered them, right? You know, before you had to swim across at least once, right?
Yes. Ooh, treasure cache.
Unfortunately, Ed cannot use them as he is free to play.
I have never been VIP.
Never will be.
He's gotten his tunes up to max without going there.
Treasure cache.
That's just what he said.
No, the treasure cache.
Yeah. He said that.
He's a special case.
Don't be like me, boys and girls. Have fun when you're playing Lotro.
I think you do in your own way.
In my own way is the key word. I'm wired a little differently from most people. So I probably would have hated myself if I'd have gotten to level cap and I was like, woo, this is the best thing ever. Why wasn't I playing this 3 years ago? Fortunately, when I got to level cap, it's like, go pick flowers for 6 straight months. Yeah, okay, I didn't miss anything by not getting here sooner. So.
Yeah.
Other than all of the monsters around the fishing pools being great.
That's true. That does help.
At least not a herd of angry monsters is gonna sneak up on you while you're fishing.
That's part of the fun of fishing, is having to scramble to figure out where I left my weapons when I grabbed my fishing pole. You're looking through this big backpack full of junk, and you're like, I know there's weapons in here somewhere. What'd I do with them?
And he can never find anything in his pack.
Yeah, I'm just clueless all the time.
That's when you put your main hand and offhand equipment in your quick bar slot, so you can just click on them and instantly have them.
Yeah, but then you change what you've got in your hand, and it's like you forget to do that.
It would be a good idea, but you know, he's wired a little bit differently.
Yeah, doing stuff that makes sense isn't something that normally occurs to me.
There's a pool in Zambran in Evendim, or in front of Glingant. I probably said that wrong.
Half Pint is right. Lotro is worth every penny.
It really is. You do need to play it. But, yeah, it's definitely worth what we put into it. Definitely.
Well, and I had gotten really active with the RC airplane flying clubs and stuff, and there would be 3, 4, 5 months out of the year where I'd hardly play anything at all, which is why I dropped my paid subscription to a couple of other games, and I only came back to Lotro when it went free to play after trying it out in beta. So, I mean, free to play was a big draw for me just because I might go a while without playing. When Fallout 4 released, I didn't play Lotro for about 90 days, that kind of thing. So not having a subscription, I can relax and enjoy the game on my own terms and not feel like I'm paying a subscription. I'd better log on for a few hours and use it. I mean, that's kind of the wrong mindset to approach it with. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm still enjoying the game so much, because I can set it down if I've got something else going on or something else I want to play temporarily.
Fair enough. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think that's kind of my problem with pay-to-play games. There's so many other games I have that I also want to play. I just don't get time to play other games, like Lotro.
Well, every once in a while it's good to get really, really obsessed and just go whole hog on a particular game.
Yeah, he has a tendency to do... Hey, Gussie.
Hi, Gussie Moose.
Is there a moose?
There is a moose.
The moose is on the loose. The moose is on the loose.
Okay. Yeah, Ducky has a tendency to do that and then beat the game. You know, whatever it is. Not Lotro, obviously, but like, you know, some of the other games he's played, he'll go, you know, just take the time and just go right through it.
Then I have to go side questing.
Yeah, right.
And more side quests. And more side quests.
Yeah, I might have been addicted to Skyrim at one point for quite a while.
Have you tried ESO at all?
No, I haven't.
They did a free play week a couple weeks ago. I actually tried it out a bit.
I don't usually end up playing the trial things because I know, like, you know, it's just gonna end in a week and blah.
Either you're not going to like the game anyway, or you're going to like it and not want to pay for it. It's kind of a lose-lose.
Or I'll be like all up and I'll get, like, you know, he has that month of Final Fantasy and he doesn't end up playing it at all.
How can I be of service?
That's all up, though.
Bill, I know a lot of people that only play this game because of the story. You know, that this is the game they play because the story just draws them in so much. They, you know, they're more story people than video gamers. You know, does that make sense?
And I think the intertwining of the two is what makes this game so beautiful, and what makes our community so strong, in part. Because there's multiple kinds of people, not just video gamers.
This game was so good, some man even wrote a couple books about this game.
It sparked a revolution.
It's true.
Of course, he missed a couple points. You know, he didn't put, you know, Tariel, you know, all the good stuff.
Yeah, I've often lamented that as good as the Lord of the Rings were, the trilogy, he just really didn't follow the movie script enough when he did the novelized adaptation. I think The Hobbit could have been a lot stronger in book form than he made it. It's just it was missing important characters and plot points and...
Yeah, like they did with...
How can I be of service?
Mega Bonnen.
Yeah.
Into the Black and Twisted Forest Intermediate. Why was I thinking there was another quest cluster back here? Because there is.
I can't wait to get my hands on legendary weapons.
Mary Rose agrees that it is the story that gets her.
How can I be of service?
It is great storytelling.
Mind my words,
Stay a moment. Stay a moment. Mind my words, traveler.
might you spare a moment of your time?
I'm just hoping one of these anniversary quests lets us go back and punch Lalia a couple dozen times.
The ultimate paid instance in the game, if Standing Stone Games wants to make a lot of money, they should make an instance where you get to go to the fighting pits in Dunland, and pit Lalia against Sarah Oakheart and take bets. And you make them fight to the death.
You just go get my face. I'll be right back. You
One would
another killer.
one would be huddled in the corner crying the whole time. The other would be just like slowly walking around in a circle.
But I think most of the player base would happily spend 10,000 Lotro points to buy that instance.
Yeah, they would be saving up for that. Yep.
Especially since some people could already have that.
Exactly. Dude, did you see the new fighting pit instance with Lolly and Sarah Oakheart? No, dude, but it's only 10,000 Lotro points. I gotta have it. That would be real.
No, make it somewhere like 100,000, so it costs like $100.
You don't want to be that bad, dear.
I thought he was talking about works.
No.
I thought he was talking about 100,000. I won't do 10,000.
I think 10,000 points would be about $100. What's the conversion ratio, Zinger?
I don't know. I don't buy Lotro points.
Well, I was just thinking in terms of Helm's Deep selling for, was it 29 or 39 bucks, and it costing about 3,000 Lotro points. Or my math's way off and I'm just making up numbers, which is probably more likely.
So every penny gets you a Lotro point? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody in chat.
Yeah, that sounds right.
100 Lotro points equals $1, says Bajader. Bajader? Bajalder? Bajalder.
BJ Elder? I don't know.
I think I'm supposed to plant a banner here, aren't I? I ignored it when I was here hunting wild boar.
There you go, BJ.
BJ Elder. Thank you, BJ. Okay. Banner is planted.
You have to do a lot with banners in this game. You have to like move them and change them and fight them and all kind of.
Have your minions bear them.
Well, the peoples of Middle-earth decided a long time ago that war was too costly, so really everything is mostly just a game of capture the flag. And then since they go out and do it in the wilderness, most of your battle tactics involve vandalizing the camping gear. Burning tents, ruining campfires, that kind of stuff.
Red versus blue, the medieval version.
Exactly.
Right.
And the way we're going to defeat the orcs is by making sure that they can't make s'mores tonight. So we're going to burn their tents and put out their campfires, that kind of thing.
I don't know why we didn't throw the tents into the campfires.
Would have saved some time. And like when they have you steal supplies, that's the marshmallows and Hershey bars.
Yeah.
Or you could use a whole bunch of firecrackers against the tent and hope one lights them.
That would be cool.
But you use all those fireworks you get in the gift boxes, right?
Yeah.
And then at the end of the day, when they want to actually reward us, they just say, go pick a couple flowers and, trade it in, and rather than having to kill anybody.
Have them pick them for you.
We would have nothing else to do if we didn't pick it ourselves.
Yay for dragon fireworks. And this is just for Telerian. I know he's going to get it here in a few days. I'm going to see if I can actually do my... Dun dun dun.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, it was interesting during the live stream when they had the guy who does like all the effects. So he like did the fireworks, and he was like he was surprised because the fireworks were supposed to last longer and kind of go more over your head. So it sounds like eventually they'll fix those up so that they do.
Well, they're pretty cool as is. I actually did some festival stuff on Little Ed the other night.
Did it hurt?
No, I was okay with it. I think I mostly just ran around handing out gifts.
I tried.
Go ahead, sorry.
I tried to do some of the like quests with the quests with like the scavenger hunts, and I can't do very much of them because I'm only level 50 something. So I'm barely able to do like the fights because 60 I can do at 57, but I can't do like going around to all the places and everything.
Yeah. And they've kind of like made workarounds for it for the first 2 years, but the third year one is definitely a lot tougher. Like, I don't know if there's any of the ones that everyone can do. I think maybe the one where you travel around, I think people can like get you to behind Moria and then you can enter Moria that way. But yeah.
Which I understand because there's a lot of high-level folks that want to do.
Telerian assures me that he has gotten the blue Plantier emote. So I no longer have one he's looking for.
Oh, that's emote. Yeah. Yeah.
I got coin flipped while it was treasure hunting season, but only on my main.
Yeah, those are pretty cool emotes from the trigger hunt.
I think I got rich, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, Rich, that's the one where you like throw up a whole bunch of coins in the air, I think. I'm trying to remember if there was one where you make like snow angels on a pile of gold.
It's like Scrooge McDuck?
Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe I just made that up in my head.
Oh, the aggro. Oh, wait, just two.
Somebody was redoing, I think it was Blood, redoing Weathertop the other night, and he like ran up to the top of Weathertop and pulled all the goblins and orcs and everything with him, and then just killed them all at once.
Yeah, was just sitting there,
Just
chuckling,
like,
and he's just like...
Yep.
it was funny.
That sounds like a champion thing to do.
Yeah, being a champion does not stink.
Yeah, they have a AoE skill where they can do an AoE cone in front of them, and I don't think there are any max targets on that skill. So anything in front of them, they'll hit it all.
Yeah.
If Whirling Retaliation had no max targets.
Right. I know, I run with Owl a lot, and Owl, his main's a champ, so between the two of us, we usually clear a room pretty quickly.
And I'm trying to get up there so I can heal you.
Yeah.
Then again, you Guardian, Champ, 3 classes that can use heavy armor in the game.
Hello, Rafferty.
Druid's Fire says champ for the win.
Like a champ.
Although that having been said, yeah, I've had a surprisingly large amount of fun with Burglar. I've really enjoyed playing Little Ed Mustafa.
Berg's pretty cool too.
Yeah, I like my Berg, even though he's a little guy.
He's a little guy yet.
They're a little bit like Guardians. They start out kind of slow, but you get a few key skills a little bit later up the skill tree, and good things start happening.
Yeah. I think I've got my Berg on blue line.
I've got my Berg on red.
I think it's on blue line.
There are no bad trait lines for Burglar. I even soloed in yellow for a little while. Cable Knit Dragon gave me some pointers, yeah. And I was able to get through landscape just fine and learn the combos for fellowship play and being able to do group stuff, and it's a good way to play.
As long as you're not playing a lore master, am I right? No, that's just me.
I have no idea what Yellow Line Lore Master even looks like.
My lore master's blue line all the way. She's a pets girl. She likes her critters.
Is that what Andrew plays, is Yellow Line?
Rob, I don't know actually. I mean, like, I think yellow is kind of what people expect in raids for lore master because of the debuffing and whatnot, you know, crowd control or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I don't know what he does like solo when he's soloing, you know, level 800 raids or something.
Don't fight ducks. That's awesome. I'm glad she enjoyed hearing that.
But pretty much my Lord Master is a level 67 crafting all, so yeah, that works.
I've heard I should not. Well, I've decided I'm probably not going to try a warden because I don't have any very good muscle memory, and so I hear that's basically all it is.
Do you like dancing at all?
What?
Do you like dancing at all?
Dancing?
Yeah, I always compare warden to dancing because you're basically going 1 2 3 1 1 2 3 1 3 2 3 3 2 3, and instead of those being dance steps, you're just stabbing people in the face with a spear. It's the same thing, though.
I'm on my warden. You're confusing me right now.
Well, you were confused if you even selected your warden.
I know. I'm level 102. I have no idea how to play it. I mean, I know some, you know, kind of a couple ones that I just go to, but, you know, I don't know all the fancy schmancies and the masters and all that junk.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty nice on Warsteed, because if I switch over to blue, the blue Rohirrim stance on Warsteed, I do a lot of AoE damage, I can heal, and I don't have to worry about gambits at all. So, it's nice.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Of course, that means, you know, if I'm out pulling things, I pretty much pull everything, including possibly roving threats. So,
Yeah, I've got a warden in his mid-50s that I thought I was playing pretty well. Hardly ever dies, can tank an incredible number of opponents, and I thought I was playing him okay. I've got most of the basic gambits down and stuff. And I had a couple of other people who play warden a lot that were just like, oh my gosh, you're not using any of these particular attacks, and you're missing this, and all of a sudden I found out how much I didn't know.
yeah.
I think that's true on any character, though. You play your way, and, you know, yeah, okay, you could be min-max everything, or you could, you know, use this skill at this time instead of this other one. But I think as long as you enjoy yourself, you stay alive, and, you know, you get the job done. There's like several different ways to do stuff.
It's just a lot easier in other classes when you see all your skills right there on the bar. And then there's a warden that only needs like the first skill bar because that's everything that they have basically. So it's, you know, there is a lot of memory going on with the warden that you have to pick up on. So it can be a bit tough.
Yeah.
So have you guys played around with Bjorn much?
I haven't. I think Duck has a warden or a Bjorning in one of his stuff. Yeah, he's got one of everything. But
Nice.
yeah, he's got. I haven't done much with it. I thought it's definitely an interesting mechanic from what I've seen, but I don't know. You know, I don't know if I'll try it.
I have never tried a Bjorning.
They probably make pretty good fishermen.
I don't think so.
You can't just like turn into a bear and jump into water and just automatically start getting fish.
Paw salmon out while they're trying to swim upstream. Be nice if it
Right.
worked that way, but I doubt it does.
It doesn't. Although I don't know because I haven't ever tried it. But
I have a
think
feeling
will.
it doesn't.
The other night very early, so why would Bjorn have that?
Because that's a premium class and they want everyone to play it.
Yeah.
It's the same reason that wardens and runekeepers were, and probably kind of still are, overpowered, possibly.
Ooh, an orc trap.
Yeah, but then again, you unlock Warden and Runekeeper with the expansion of Moria. You don't unlock Bjorning.
That is true.
Yep.
Well, with LP.
Yeah. Well, once you purchase it, you never get. Yeah, I purchased the class character.
I was thinking there was 3 too. That is weird that it goes to 4, Tally. The dance emotes go 1, 2, or, you know, dance
Mhm.
1, dance 2, and then they go to dance 4. I thought they used to have a 3, but maybe I'm mistaken.
No, one of the dance moves got taken out. There was some talk about that. I don't remember the why.
He's too
I
provocative,
wonder
maybe.
if it was. Wonder if that was when they started being a little more aware of, yeah, like how gals used to jump different than guys and such things.
It was a forbidden dance.
The forbidden dance of love, and they had to remove it.
Too many dwarves were taking their shirts off. It was getting bad.
Only one dance for that used to be the Hobbit last dance.
There you go.
Interest? Belle knows what she's talking about. No, she's in the band, so she watches everybody dance.
Don't forget, if you play Bjorning, free universal power potions this week.
Universal power potions for you, Bjorny.
Oh yeah.
Never used power.
I know, that's why Zinger mentioned it.
Okay, you got me, dude. You got me.
Bjorning is the only class that does not use power.
That was just Zinger trolling you. You guys have to hang out with him more. I knew exactly
realized
what
I
he was
said
doing.
that, and like Ed doesn't play a Bjorning, you know.
Oh no, I totally
Cookies
got it.
Unlimited, yeah.
Yeah.
I did not.
Yeah, they use wrath instead. Which is kind of like a uber vigor bar, you could say. Build it up, build it up, build it up, then unleash it. Be a bear.
Grr.
Yeah. Grr. You won't like me when I'm angry.
That's my secret territory. I'm always angry.
There you go. Belle says she has a hobbit lass that was really mad when they took that away from her, the dance. I believe it. I believe it.
Nothing nicer than looking over and seeing 5 checked quests ready to turn in.
Serious, especially if you can turn them in a very similar place.
Yep.
That's always nice. Oh my goodness. For some reason, my Chromecast is restarting again.
That's no fun.
Yeah.
Alright, well let's see what we've got in the loot queue.
Is Mrs. Mustafa asleep right now?
Can you hear
Sam says he heard snoring.
her? Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a bear living under the house. That's actually the wife sawing logs.
Well, I hope Angela Lansbury told her a good nighttime story.
Absolutely.
How can I be of service?
What do you need?
Ooh, look at me moving up. I am known to the Maladrim.
Meg of Honor. How can I be of service?
What can I do for you? Will you lend me your ear? Mind my words, traveler. Might you spare a moment of your time?
Now, I hadn't thought about it, but one of the problems I have on this character is he does not have a lot of travel options on him. So I was just thinking I was going to go pop in and go somewhere and go do some task turn-ins and yada yada yada, and all of a sudden it occurred to me, oh wait, it might be a big problem trying to get back here eventually. So I'm going to have to take a look at that real quick. With little Ed Mustafa, I play him so much over on Brandywine that I've been pretty liberal about spending the Lotro points to buy milestone skills. Because, I mean, he's generated a lot of points, too. I play him a lot. But I don't think I've done the same thing here.
What server is this one on?
This is Crick Hollow.
Okay.
So, let's see what we got. Ecat Aragian, 21st Hall. Gath Forthner.
It's too bad you don't have another buddy over there to sing your acorn to.
True enough. I don't suppose there's a chance milestone skills are on sale?
No. Quest packs, mithril coins, XP tomes, something else.
Oh, if the quest packs are on sale, that means the quad pack's like at 10 again or whatever it is. Or 20.
Boy, we're still opening the store in an external browser, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think on the anniversary stream that when they had the engineering team on, there was someone that was talking about that. Like, they kind of give a reason. I don't remember what it was exactly, but like, it's something that they're working on, and yada yada.
For now, we just got.
No, I think it was something with like, they used to have that like Osimo or whatever platform or something like that, and I think it was updating to the new. I think they're updating to Chromium for their in-store browser. So I
Okay.
think that's the reason why, for right now, it launches it in the external browser while they're working on updating that platform.
That makes sense if they're changing to a whole new system. That does take a while.
Yeah.
All
Of course, when they were on, most people were asking about where's the 64-bit client.
Yeah. Yeah, can you please re-engineer the whole game from the ground up so it runs good?
Yeah, that and where's the 4K support and stuff like that.
It's still very pretty for being, this old of a game, to be honest.
Well, it's a beautiful game, and they've done a really nice job. As you get into the newer and newer areas, the texture detail goes up, and some of the places are stunning. Even the hideously ugly ones are still remarkable. Osgiliath, I think, is underappreciated from an aesthetic standpoint. I mean, it's really well done for what it is, which is a destroyed, war-torn city.
Yeah.
I can't wait for Mordor, honestly. Even though I'm nowhere near it.
Tally says
Tally
says if I recall correctly, it was something about awesome not supporting HTTPS. So.
Yeah, something funky. I'm not an engineer, so I don't know the mumbo jumbo they were talking about.
Basically, that would be like, that's all the secure stuff. So it'd be like, ooh, it's not, you can't secure it. That wouldn't be good.
Okay, I have bought a new milestone skill and bound to here.
Yay, congratulations.
Well, that's honorable combat. What the heck am I doing? There we go. Okay, that is very exciting news.
You got to work that TP back, but the expansion probably another 8,000 for the expansion.
Yeah. Actually, I'm surprised it was that low. I thought I had more points than that. When I bought the wastes, I thought I was still above 3,000 fairly comfortably. Maybe I haven't been doing enough deeding lately. So. Okay, so we've got our first bit of reputation here in Mirkwood. We've gotten through the intro. We've opened up the greater part of it, and I still have to fish, to craft, and to do task turn-ins. The only thing I've managed to accomplish so far was eating and inventory management, and I am good at the eating portion. I've got that going for me. Although I had to pace myself because with Mrs. Mustafa passed out asleep, she wasn't available to provide any additional snacks, so...
Yeah, there's always things in the cabinet most of the time, right?
During the anniversary stream, someone did ask a good question, because when they were talking about the updating the character models, if like on an individual side, if they switch, because it sounds like you'll be able to switch from the new look to the old look. But if you'll be able to switch other people's looks from the new look to the old look, because if like you have an old face and you're standing next to someone with a new face, it might look a little out of place depending on what they end up doing with it. I don't think they gave an answer to that, but we shall see.
Well, if
But what
somebody's,
it,
I was just going to say, if somebody's playing on an old computer, the new character models could potentially cause graphical slowdowns. I can see where you'd want to be able to toggle that for the game, not necessarily just for your own character.
I know that like for Skyrim and a couple other games, they've got, do you want to download the high-res texture pack or whatever?
Yeah,
And that maybe they could do it like that where, here's the basic, yes, but if your computer can handle it, would you like the shiny one?
yeah. And I mean, Lotra has that already.
So
I never remember to turn in tasks.
But they do have toggles like that for like cosmetic pets where, it's on the person's machine or what it's like client side or user side or something like that. So you can toggle it so you don't see other people's cosmetic pets. So I would imagine, if they use that same kind of thing, they could have a toggle like that for cosmetic, the new looks, model faces.
yeah, which also helps when people are griefing while you're trying to stream. You can turn that off.
Yeah. You said grief, and I was thinking trolling. I'm like, I always trolled people during the stream.
No, like, throwing up.
Yeah. In-game, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Josh, I opened my presents on my main and like one other, and the rest of them, I just have kept them all. So it's kind of interesting. Like the year 1, year 2, 3 presents, all those.
I still haven't gotten my first year present.
Really? Have you been playing? You've been playing for over a year, haven't you?
I made my account like first day, right?
First day when? When you were 13. So it should be soon.
Unless I forgot. Unless I just counted.
And you might have. I think it was a little bit later. So maybe next month.
Yeah, some of the years have really cool boxes.
Yeah, I'm only gonna get the first year.
Like there's one year where you eventually get you can get three bound sturdy steel keys in your box on every new character. So you could, make a low level loot box that way, level them up a bit, open up the boxes and delete the character if you want.
Yeah, that's year 3.
I mean, I've never done that before.
I caught a flounder.
I wonder, could you equip a fishing rod as a cosmetic weapon?
I believe so, because I don't remember who. There's someone who I believe does it. Has that as like a cosmetic. I think there was a time where they had it so you couldn't do it, but they might have re-enabled it. I'm not quite sure.
Interesting.
Darter Master. Very nice.
Good
I've
job.
caught a bandfin darter. £4 salmon, fishing skill 102.
Yeah, it's Leary. Whenever I do, because sometimes I make characters just to get the low trip points in earlier areas, and I'll level them to 20, I believe is what I do. So then I can also use some of the rep items from some of the earlier factions for some extra low trip points. Good night, Delarfin.
Yeah, probably.
See you, Delarfin. Thanks for coming
Night,
by.
You could always make a character do all the deeds in the game and get every loader point possible, then delete it and do it anew.
That's what he does. That's what he does.
Yeah, I mean, I don't take them, when I do it, I just go like maybe 20 max, and I'll run through the Slayer deeds in like the starter areas. I'm not going to level up to, if I level up, to 30 or 40, I'm probably not going to delete the character at that point.
Yeah, but getting all the deeds done in the Shire and Breland and in Arid Loon is actually pretty easy. You can knock all of that out in a matter of, 8 or 10 hours probably. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you do all the deeds, I basically just do the Slayer deeds, and maybe some of the Discovery deeds if they're kind of on the way. I don't know. I don't really have a polished route.
I will be honest, I have not done the pie runs or the mail runs completely on any character.
I don't blame you.
And I need to.
Well, they're in the games to make sure that the players learn the Shire back and forth. So it comes in handy later in the game for stuff like in League and other quests. But after it's mostly just tedious, but still worth doing.
It is worth doing. I'm not saying, I'm just saying personally, I have enough trouble with getting around, directional stuff that it's more than a challenge to do that and avoid the nosy and hungry hobbits. So I just,
Yeah.
Well, the key to it is just make sure that you've got plenty of Coke Zero and cheese and crackers while you're running those. Then it won't seem so bad.
Don't you get like a title for completing all the mail runs?
Yep.
Yes, I believe both pie and the mail runs have a separate title.
Okay.
Tally says he has 23 characters, 22 are kindred to the Men of Bree. Some of them are kindred to the Iron Garrison and did not even complete the Moria introduction.
Yeah, I've had characters that were kindred to both factions in Moria before they ever stepped into Moria. They went and added minimum level usage for some of the rep turn-in items, so that's curbed that a little.
I'm a little disappointed there, Tally. You're missing one.
I have yet to get a kindred with any kind of rep.
Really? Yeah, well, you don't turn in your tasks.
That's daily task turn-in helps you with that rep, and some of them like Ambassador to the Elves and World Renown. I mean, you get some cool mounts. 250 health, 68% speed boost horses, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but then again, being VIP, I recently got the Steed of the Eldar.
There is the 50 Lotra points you get going from neutral to kindred on a normal neutral to kindred rep faction.
5, if not 50.
No, he's saying for you.
Yeah. It's like 5, then 10, then 15. The last one gets you 20, so it all adds up. I think it's 50 Lotra points. for each.
Yeah. Then Forest Shell must be the best one because it goes negative to Kindred.
It might. I don't remember what the. Yeah, I don't remember if like every one gives you Lotro points or not for shell.
Yeah, it probably
Yeah,
should, I would think.
Okay, yeah. I just kind of remember.
Yeah, but then again, as a captain, I'm probably gonna want to get Forest Shell Kindred anyway, so I can have them as my heralds.
Oh yeah.
The Losoth armor you can craft up there is really good too. It'll get you all the way through Moria before you start pulling anything better. Really good armor protection and good bonuses.
Is that why the Khazad armor is so bad? Is that they expect you to be wearing the Lossoth armor?
Yeah, that could be.
Because that Khazad, the cell sword and it's like, no, that's not good.
It might have been just because it was like around that level, and they were still working on like making gear that like maximize. They weren't quite up to the point like in like the later gear sets that have more maximized stats and stuff like that.
That's true too. And they were busy worrying about the legendary item stuff too.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to go back and fix all the tiers of crafting. It's kind of a lost art.
Yeah.
That's what's so nice about imbued items is it's or essence items. It's like having legendary armor now. Because that's what we all wanted. Yeah.
When does that start?
What level does that start?
50th. You can start pulling essences and slotted items as low as that level, but you won't. The item drop is very rare for armor.
Yeah, it doesn't really reliably start until you're level 100. When you can actually like do certain quests to get essences and armor and stuff like that. Until then, it's just a random drops.
Yeah, I remember getting some when I was in a region, I believe, but I haven't really been able to do anything with it. Some of the essences, but I don't have anything to slot it in yet. Yeah, that's true. But the essences get obsolete with a level increase.
Yep.
Well, I have to say kudos to Tellurian for recommending fishing here. This is a pretty good spot. Must be halfway through the darter group by now. Lots of game fish, a couple of trophies. Fishing is the most important thing you can do in all of Middle Earth.
Yeah, okay, I understand what Sam is saying now, that you are a bit of a hobbit. It's easy as long as you have enough snacks and drinks and go fishing.
Exactly.
Again, Mufasa, the king of fishing hobbits.
Okay. I'm gonna step away for a sec. I'll be right back.
The fishing is especially exciting when you're doing inventory management because you need to keep that one slot open.
Exactly. It's like double the value. Plus, I'm loading up on fish for crafting later. Just feel bad Olip doesn't have characters on Crick Hollow, so I can't mail him the fish.
I do see though that you do have a second slot open, not with that one.
I do.
It's a banner day. It seems like in general that Crick Hollow isn't quite as popular with the streamers. You know, I don't see it as often, really.
Yeah, there's a few of us.
I do have a hunter there. I don't remember where it was. Somehow it got shuffled over there during the transfer. And I think I have a couple other characters during that transfer stage I shuffled over, but don't really play them. I'm sure Taliri would understand. Too many characters, too little time. Okay, Druids is Krikalo. Gotcha. I thought
Okay.
Druids was mainly Landrival. Landrival.
Landy is dandy.
I can agree with that.
I have a character on Landrival.
Landrival became my main server after Riddlemark closed.
Yeah, the same was with Cookie and Owl. They were on Riddle Mark and then came over to Landryval once it closed.
Nice. It's okay, Talirian. I wasn't saying anything nice. Just kidding. See, I said that thing about Crick, and all of a sudden everybody's main Crick, so I'm sorry, everybody. My bad.
R.I.P. Silverload. I hear you, Druid's Fire. Although Arkenstone's always been my main server. The reason for that, I get two questions. How did you pick Arkenstone? And the answer to that is I figured that the server list would be alphabetical when you logged in. And if I picked the one that started with the letter A, it would be easier to find. Turned out to not be the case. But that's why I'm on Arkenstone. And then I'm a dude with a lot of female characters. And the reason for that is when the game was originally entitled Shadows of Angmar, I thought I might eventually be fighting the Witch King of Angmar, who, as you may remember from the movies and the book, can be slain by no man. So I thought I'd better be a chick.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. Has nothing to do with the model and, looking at the backside the whole time.
Yeah. If you gotta look at somebody running in leather pants, elf female isn't the worst choice in my opinion.
I'm thinking about getting that shirt, though. There's a shirt that's a t-shirt on Etsy. I am no man. I'm thinking about it. Had to get myself some peanut M&Ms.
Nothing wrong with that.
Good choice. Good choice.
I think Mrs. Mustafa said she picked up some gelato when she went and got the pizza, and it's sitting in the freezer and she's too unconscious to go get it. It's always a moral conundrum. Do I throw something at my wife to wake her up? No, that would be wrong.
Now, do you like to eat the M&Ms whole, or do you like to eat the shell off the peanut first? The chocolate shell.
Whole.
Oh, okay.
I used to eat them the other way, but I've had enough dental difficulties that now I just eat them as is.
Yeah. I hear you. Or you could do like the creepy thing and just eat the chocolate shell and then put all the peanuts in a bowl and just, leave them there. Say, oh, I got you some peanuts.
I want to suck your chocolate.
Yeah, that.
Speaking of creepy. I think that's the one they recommend, Sam, sometimes because I hear now that's one of the more popular ones. So, numbers-wise, Crick Hollow.
Yeah, well, when I started back up, because I did some beta play and then I kind of stopped playing. I think I was just like Ed, where I was in the beta, but then I didn't play while it was like, pay to play. And then I came back for free to play, and Rittermark was one of the recommended new servers for free to play, so that's where I started.
We got started playing on the advice of a friend who we don't play with much anymore because both of us are so busy that we don't get to talk to each other as much anymore, which is kind of sad, and I miss her. But she suggested Rittermark because she's a horse. She loves horses, and she thought, oh, let's go on the one that's named for Riders of Rohan. So.
Yep.
And they're saying they might have to open some servers back up because there's so many people playing.
Really?
I heard someone say it. Yeah.
I didn't hear that, but
I'm not sure.
Somebody was saying, but it wasn't devs.
Yeah, I haven't heard such a case, so I would think they would just keep with the amount of servers and maybe add more layers within each server if they had to.
Probably.
I would think the best way to do it would be to just go ahead and cull all of the characters that are at like one fishing skill. If you're not fishing at all in Lotro, then they just throw you out of the game. I could see that.
Yeah, that too.
Then probably over half the Lotro streamers would get kicked out.
Exactly.
In fact, you might be the only streamer left.
And that would be a sad day indeed.
Poor Olive. Poor Olive. Although he probably has so many fish on his account that, they'll think, oh, this guy's been fishing a lot.
Yeah, Olive would get a pass because his mailbox is full of fish.
Even if you just equip a fishing rod once and then never touch it again, you could get a pass?
Maybe it depends on the fishing rod, If you got a Rohirric fishing rod, you might get a pass.
And a Lorian crit. Why not, Go all out.
Yeah, I'm in here. Rittermark kind of did fade out pretty fast. I know for a while it was kind of like the PvP server. Obviously, I didn't do PvP, so I was like, whatever. Yeah, happens.
All the people who do PvMP tell me that PvMP players are the coolest.
Oh, totes my goats.
Yeah, I touched Monster Play once, and I haven't really gone back to it because it just wasn't my fancy.
Yeah.
Then again, I never really did go any far enough in to capture any free people.
Well, I have to admit that running around as an orc and collecting like bagfuls of hobbit feet and elf ears and dwarf beards kind of appeals to my dark side a little bit. After being ordered around on all these quests by the hobbits, it's kind enough to butcher them for dinner.
I used to do that when I was text RPing. On each game, I'd have one character that was sort of my evil alt, and I could, when I would have a bad day or when I had a particular day that I was just kind of grumpy at everything, I'd just get on and, I try to destroy the world, Tally says it ought to be proportionate. We cannot blame newbies for not fishing, but all characters at 105 should have 200 fishing. We could accept 2 points missing per level below.
Yeah, whatever your character level is, you should have 2 points of fishing. That is a good rule.
So I should have at least
60 some odd points.
70 something actually.
Hobbit foot.
So that pretty much means I have to raise fishing to at least 210.
Exactly.
Plus whatever they raise the cap to for the next
76
expansion.
fishing. 76 fishing. I should have 76 fishing still. Seriously, again.
Yep, you need to get cracking.
10 a day.
I've never fished before. And neither has Cookie.
I have 2 fish before. I've got like 3 or 4 points in it. So don't say I have never fished.
Yes, but you're level 50.
I know, but still, I don't have that. I don't have the 100 I'd need, but...
Yeah, you're like 57, so...
Big Ed Frapner asks why fishing is important.
Here goes the next 2 hours of Ed talking about fishing.
Well, the main thing to remember,
Get your popcorn.
Frapner, is that only the free peoples fish. The orcs and goblins don't fish. It's what separates us from the evil of Mordor and the White Hand. So that's one thing. And then you have to remember that there's lots of cool titles and housing trophies that come with fishing. One of the ones I'm working on right now is the Darter Group, which is a very, very cool trophy. I just caught a blackfin darter there. So it's a fun diversion. You know, for me, it's a little bit like the movie Apocalypse Now. The Marines are landing on this beach in Vietnam, and there's shells going off and machine gun fire. And the colonel who's organizing the landing gets a couple of guys from California out there, and he has them surf on the beach while the rest of the troops are landing. And his whole point is that this beach is so ours that we're going to go ahead and screw around and surf here because Charlie don't surf. And, you know, the bad guys in Middle Earth don't fish. So when I walk into a new area and I start fishing, it's my way of letting the forces of evil know they need to clear out because this is my zone now. I'm fishing here. So you get cool trophies, you get cool titles, you get lots of fish for cooking ingredients, for crafting, and it's your way of snubbing your nose at the forces of evil. That's why you fish. It's important.
You can have whole walls of your house decorated with the same exact fish. No one will question you. Why? But to play devil's advocate, fishing is the worst hobby in Lotro right now.
It is the worst hobby. There's no question about that. Of all the hobbies you could pick here in Lotro, fishing is the worst. 110. I need to catch one more point of fishing here. We're almost ready to move on. But it's a little bit like the festivals. I mean, sometimes you spend so much time grinding away on a particular chain of quests or a particular Slayer deed. Take 5 or 10 minutes and relax and drink a Coke Zero and do some fishing. It's the worst that can happen.
There's also Hobnanigans and Chicken Session Play that some people say the same thing about. That, you know, it's just a chance. Which, by the way, Hobnanigans, for those who don't know, is chicken soccer, chicken polo.
Chicken hockey.
You bat the poor little things around. Anyway.
And the ultimate goal right now of chicken play is to have a chicken as a player, level 1 chicken, go all the way from the Shire in one sitting, go all the way to Minas Tirith, and jump off the tower.
Well, there's 2 separate ones. There's the one you go all the way to like Gasport near or Augair and back, and then the other one is from anyway.
And I don't know where, but I've heard some folks talking that they should have a chicken from the Shire go all the way to Mount Doom.
I'm sure it'll happen. But I know Cordovan has been pretty adamant about getting that instituted. I don't see why it wouldn't be too hard as long as they have, you know, they make whatever proper channels they need to make so people on a chicken can actually mechanically get all the way there, which I think they can.
Everybody knows that the best fried chicken comes from Mount Doom.
The only thing they're debating about that is what the title will be that you'll earn for completing such a task.
Hot wings. Seriously, that's my vote.
Well
That could
done.
work.
Well, we
So, you
already
know-
have well traveled, so we may not get well done also.
Extra crispy.
Even finger licking good would be doable.
John Vapor was the guy in a box tonight. Like wearing a box or sitting in a box or what?
Probably the you in a present thing, the cosmetic. I think that's an anniversary cosmetic.
Oh, okay. That's one I hadn't seen yet.
Yeah, it's basically just like almost your entire body is covered with in a wrapping box kind of thing. I think there's 2 versions of it.
Returning to the subject at hand, I think eventually they should make a lava-proof fishing rod so you could fish in Mordor and such, like Mount Doom.
I think
Not in Mount.
you can pull fish out of the lava in the flaming deeps in Moria, and there's poisonous water that if you fall into it you die in Uragarth, and you can
'cause
pull
it's
fish
never
out of
done
that. Yeah, only once or twice. I have fallen in because I was trying to jump up on the ledge of the bridge to have a better casting spot, and accidentally jumped into the water and died.
Yikes.
That was for reals.
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind another fishing rod that they charge 100 coins for.
Yeah, that was pretty ridiculous. The
For plus
Rohirric
9
fishing
fishing or
rod,
something
yeah.
like that. Is it plus 8? That's the Rohirric? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking, they could do, if they ever add another crafting tier, they could just do, like, mithril fishing rod, and just have, ingots and wood requirement. So you could just do that, and then, boom, you can fish in lava.
I could see that happening.
Who would make it? Weaponsmith?
Woodworker.
Woodworker.
Because Woodworker makes fishing poles from expert up.
Really?
It'd be like old school fishing or old school crafting where it actually required like multiple crafts to make an item. Nowadays they simplified it so like you don't need as many materials to make items from different crafts. But it used to be that way.
You don't have to trade it off as much, yeah.
Yeah.
You still have to with hides, though.
For some people. Other people make their own hides.
Well, there's a little bit of that. I mean, not every trade can make ingots, for instance, either. Scholars can do weaponsmithing, but they can't do prospecting.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But at least it's not like you have to make certain materials that
Right.
then make other materials, and those materials used to require like, wood and this and that.
Yeah.
Weaponsmiths can do woodworking, but they can't do wood.
Yep, no forestry.
And I find Explorer to be one of the weirder ones because it has Prospector and Forester and Tailor. So it makes ingots, but does nothing with them. I think that would be best paired up with someone like Scholar, which can do with weapon making, but can't provide the ingots.
Well, that's how I have all my characters organized on the servers. I put them into what I call crafting circles, where they all complement each other and can help each other craft as they level up. Okay, I'm at 111, and one of the screens I had popped up earlier, if you notice the fishing bar was blue. When it turns yellow, that means you've gotten your 10 points and you're done for the day. So if I keep fishing, I can catch fish, but I won't get my skill any higher. But thank you for that fishing tip on fishing in Gath Forthner. I don't think I spent a lot of time fishing in here, and that turns out to not be too bad of a spot. So,
Welcome back, Half Pint.
Half Pint, you missed most of the fishing. You'll have to go back and watch the replay on video later.
Yeah, I noticed that Druid's Fire that it takes about 4 alts to get everything.
But then again, you know, there are some professions that are unique to one tree.
Yeah.
Scholar, and metalsmith, jeweler.
Yep.
And since there are 7 professions, and each one of them makes a self-sufficient something, you could just have 7 characters and all. They all just be self-sufficient in their field. But you know, there's that.
That's what I did though. My weaponsmith is not very high because Owl's character had been doing all the weaponsmithing.
I never have gotten a knack for trying to grab these dang envelopes.
Oh, yeah. The only thing I've heard of is do the delete you trick. That's the only thing that works for me.
Okay.
If you get out in front of it and do delete you.
Greetings.
So we're up to Westfold Prospector and Westfold Metalsmith. I don't think I get too much tailoring done, a little bit.
It's kind of easy to level up Forester because everyone can collect hides, and there's no limit to how many hides you can collect, so you can just ship them all to that one character, and they can level up to Andalorian without even killing their a single thing.
You are not wrong about that.
Andalorian Master Forester before
Andorian, dear.
Andorian Master Forester before they're level 20.
Welcome to the game, Sir Lion. If you have any specific questions, ask us. You might get a different answer from different folks, but it's bound to at least be interesting.
Yeah, it's the best part about watching on Twitch. You can always get questions answered, get help and advice, and the advice will usually be worth exactly as much as you pay for it. But hey, it's a good community and we have fun, so there you go.
At least give you somewhere to start. Figure out if it works for you or not.
Since we do have new people in the stream, I'm going to go ahead and give myself a little shout out here. I am Big Ed Mustafa, and I am a member of the stream team. There's a link to my personal channel, and I'm going to throw up a link to the stream team, and that will give you information about all of the different Twitch streamers who stream here on Standing Stone Games' official Lotro stream channel. Welcome everybody, and since I am a Twitch streamer, I am desperate for both your attention and your approval, and you can show both just by clicking the follow button. You can follow me on my personal channel. You can follow Lotro Stream so that you can check out who's ever streaming on this channel. We've got bunches and bunches of good ones. And you can actually follow Lotro the game and be able to see whenever anybody happens to be streaming Lotro, which is a tool I use to find newer streamers. So if you have any questions about the game, feel free to ask us. And if you're a Lotro player who's interested in maybe beginning to stream, you know, my job is to set the bar very low so that if you're watching me stream, you can say, I can do better than that guy, and that'll encourage you to start streaming too. So there's lots of people here who are happy to help out. Eldolith, for instance, is really good about helping get Moobot set up. Talarian has all kinds of statistical advice for you. Chromite Swiftpaw can help you optimize your OBS studio settings to get a really nice crisp game image on your stream channel. And we've got lots of helpful folks here who are happy to pitch in and help you get started. So don't be afraid to ask questions.
This game has the most awesome communities I have ever seen in a video game. I'm not lying. It is just items used in tasks. You go to the task boards in the area that you are in. There, you'll see them. They look like a little fingernail on your map. At least that's what I think they look like. And
it's a quill.
It's a quill? Okay, it looks like a fingernail to me.
You're not stealing my thunder. You know I'm getting ready for task turn-ins, right?
Okay, sorry.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
And you can do 5 a day to start with, and then after you get 100, you get 1 more, and so on and so forth. But they give you reputation for that area. Like, for instance, he's in Bree right now. He could turn in tasks for Bree if he wanted to, but if he's probably a kindred for Bree. So you could, it helps you get more reputation, which is good for things like travel discounts, unique items created in that area, recipes from that area, all kind of other things, and Lotro points you can get, or Lotro points. And as far as space, you can there are several ways to take care of your space. The biggest one that you can do is use your Lotro points to get more actual inventory. As a free-to-play player, you only get a certain amount of containers. You get more if you're VIP, or you can purchase them. And if you want to save more space, you can go find a vault and put some things in your vault that you think you want to keep. That might help. Selling off things you don't use. For instance, if you're done with the day's tasks, you may want to sell off some stuff, or old stuff you aren't wearing anymore, or stuff you can sell all that stuff off for money. That's a good way to do it too.
And task turn-ins are one of the 5 TEDments of quality Lotro streaming. So if you're watching a stream where they don't do task turn-ins, you should gently scold the streamer and let him know they're missing the boat. This is the crafting portion of the stream.
How may I help you?
We're going to make some Kazad bronze ingots, and I will do some rep items for the Metalsmiths Guild. If I can remember how to spell Kazad.
K-H-A-Z.
Kazad tin ingot.
And just because new folks popping in and whatnot, my name's the Cookie Mama. I'm not a streamer, but I am sort of a bother on several streams, so you'll probably hear me on 3 or 4 different streams. I pop in and bother them. So.
And you're always welcome.
Thank you. I might be a streamer someday, but at this point, between work and college and other things, I don't know that I have the time to do it, so. You're the streamer stalker, Tally? Maybe I'm the streamer pest.
Okay, so if I want to do a full set, I'm going to need 6 steel and 8 iron. And I think I can do that. What is the recipe for steel ingots? Okay, just iron and coal. So all I need is 14 iron.
That's a bad question to ask me, Sir Lion, because I still have a lot of mine. They're good for use, and which is especially good if you're getting used to the game and trying to level quickly, because you might go into places where, you know, things are a little rough, and you could use them to power up or heal up.
Thank you, Sam. I'm glad I can serve as your counterexample. If you watch me stream, you'll have a much better high-quality stream yourself. So you'll be like, don't be like Big Ed. Don't eat on camera. Don't spend a lot of time fishing and crafting. Although it's funny, that never seems to cost me viewers because I think nobody else does it on stream. So if anybody's curious about fishing or crafting, I might be the only streamer willing to risk boring you enough to show it. In fact, I've had streams where I've titled the name of the stream as Warning, Farming and Crafting. Do not watch this stream, and people have come in to check it out. So
I think since it's
Hi, Lotro Ranger. Sorry,
that
Cookie
too,
Mama, did I break your train of thought there?
Well, I was just going to say I mean, crafting's pretty critical, but the fishing is adds an element that people don't often know about that I think it's a good thing to do. I mean, for at least somebody to do, right?
Yeah. Since everybody else hates it, it may as well be me.
And it gives you a unique flair, too. It's your thing.
Even though Talarian's better at it than I am.
Tally's just good at everything on this game.
That's true. Okay, so I've had my Kazad ore, or Skarn rather, that I've converted into Kazad copper and Kazad iron, and from that I've refined Kazad bronze ingots and Kazad steel now, and I will be able to combine them into symbols for the Metalsmiths Guild, and that's how you gain rep with the guilds. And by increasing your rep with the guilds, you gain access to special guild recipes that will let you create things in bulk or create rare items more easily without having to hunt for super rare items to use in the recipes. See if I got any Metalsmith Guild recipes to show off at the moment. Guild shields.
And legendary items.
Yeah, legendary items, it becomes a lot more critical to have a high guild ranking. There's crafted relics, and the only way to get them is to be able to make them. And you can actually forge your own first age and second age weapons later on, too. It's like you know me, Big Ed Mustafa.
Sir Lion, I don't think anybody does everything in every area. It used to be you kind of had to get up, but I think what a lot of people recommend now is that you do them until the mobs are like starting to go blue, and then you move on to the next area. Because okay, Tally does everything in every area, but a lot of folks don't. They've gotten to where they just do like the white and yellow quests, and then they go on and do the next area and do the white and yellow quests. They're just pick a few that.
Alright, so I've crafted these 3 symbols down here, and as I use them, I got 600 reputation with the guild, 1800 reputation with the guild, 3600 reputation with the guild. And so that'll move me up from journeyman to artisan eventually, which is a good thing. Then you have to go back to your guild master and make sure you update your recipes, and it's all part of the fun.
Especially when it costs like, insane amount if you're certain guilds.
Yeah, when you get
you want
into
to buy all the legendaries.
Yeah, you can spend a whole lot of money in a big hurry. That is no joke.
Spending 2 gold for a single first stage recipe. Yep.
Especially if it's something stupid that you'll never use.
The Guardian Spear of the first stage.
Good example. Or Warden's Axe. There's something you'll never use. Alright. Well, I don't have everything put away yet. But I think we were far enough along we can go ahead to the task turn-ins. Yay!
That's true too. Do them for deeds.
You're just on the Moria intro at level 62. Not sure if that's underachieving or overachieving. Okay, so for those of you who don't like to do task turn-ins or just haven't done a lot of task turn-ins before, I'm going to show you the best way to do task turn-ins in all of Middle-earth. If you go to the housing areas, you're going to find task turn-in boards, and these are great for a couple of different reasons. You can turn in tasks from level 0 through 10 all the way up to level 110. Well, there's no level 0s and there's no level 110s in the game, so this covers the full gamut. Now let's say you've got a bunch of stuff in your backpack and you're like, hey Ed, I've got a big pile of nasty skins. Can I turn these in for tasks? Well, it says that nasty skins are level 59, so I can come over here to the level 51 through 60 board, which is this one in the middle, and I can just look for nasty skin. Turns out that those are good for rep with the Iron Garrison Guards. I can also turn them in for rep with the Iron Garrison Miners. Now I happen to know that I'm probably kindred with both. So let's check my reputation. Kindred with the miners, kindred with the guards. So you don't really need to do task turn-ins for either of those groups. But what's
What
cool...
about Hannibal Lecter?
Hannibal Lecter could use some nasty skin, yeah. Or Buffalo Bill, the killer, might make a suit out of nasty skin. Let's see what else I got. Maybe we'll do something where I can actually pick the rep. That would be dandy. Elegant sword sheaths. I think most of the stuff's going to be Moria level. Creepy skin. Impeccable sheaths. Okay, that's level 61. That might at least get interesting. So let's go to the 61 through 70 board and see if impeccable sheaths are here. They are not. So there's very little you can turn in, and what you can turn in is good for rep with Men of Dunland. And I think this is a short list because I am not up to level yet. At 63rd level, I'm limited in what I can turn in. When I come to boards that are above my level, well, they're still blocked out. So I can't take a bunch of stuff that somebody else farmed for me and trade them in for rep in areas I'm not exploring yet. So that's why the Dunland board is so sparse. Now, I may be able to turn in these impeccable sheaths later for more rep if I add a level or two, but I'm not quite there yet. So I'm not going to sell them. I can't really turn them in. Those I just need to hang on to. So most of what I'm going to have here is for Moria rep that I don't need, but it's better to turn in tasks than to not. But one of the cool features here is that in areas where you can pick your rep, like let's say I had a bunch of broken wooden clubs. If I've got a pile of broken wooden clubs, I can look and see who I need rep with, and I could turn them in for Council of the North rep, which is the Angmar Free Peoples. They're good for Lossoth tasks. Broken wooden clubs can get me Forakel rep. See what else is on the fun parade here. I can just do general turn-in for XP only, or Thorin's Hall. Thorin's Hall doesn't take broken clubs per se, but like they take other items that are common to the other groups too. So you can actually look at who you need rep with and decide who you want to turn the task items in with, and at the housing area they will take anything that's givable for task items, and they will give you rep with the group of your choice. And that's unique instead of having to run around and find a task item board for whatever you happen to want to turn in. So very cool that they added this. Very handy for task turn-ins. And if you are not doing task turn-ins yet, get very familiar with this area and use it because it's handy. Now when you turn in tasks, you get a number of different benefits. They're good for item experience. Later on, they're good for item experience points, general experience points, rep. Later on, you can also get Warsteed experience to boost your Warsteed skills. And if nothing else, it's a good way to help clean crap out of your bags and make extra pack space available. So you got that going for you. So I know I want to do nasty skins. I just clicked nasty filth by accident. Where was nasty skin? Huh, I must have dreamed it was on the list before. Look at me talking. Okay, well, I've got plenty of nasty filth to turn in. Which, this is a good point, too. If you were ever wondering what the worst job in Middle-earth is, it's task item collector. Because the last thing you'd want would be a bunch of adventurers riding up and going, hey, I got this pile of nasty filth for you. Where do you want me to put it? And you'd be like,
Right?
yeah, just put that in the chest over there and I'll hose the thing out later. Thanks. So that would just be gross. We've got some tapered carapaces.
Use some of this stuff. It's like eyeballs. Who wants the eyeballs?
Exactly.
Radagast is building a new creature. He wants all these things so he can build something new. Who knows?
Deeper looking in.
Okay.
He wants to figure out what makes them go bee. What picks them up.
Raking claws. Nasty goo is not usable. Anything that's gorgeous or anything that's broken, you can usually just go ahead and sell. Elegant sword sheaths, I think, are useful. Elegant scales, good. Have more than one set of those.
Just for your information, there is a plug-in that helps you figure out where to turn them in, and also you can look on the wiki as well if you want to.
Yep, this information's out there, but if you're like me and you don't have it available at your fingertips, you can just come here to the housing area, and it will basically tell you what you can or can't turn in. So you don't have to wonder. But I started with, what I got, 7 queued up right away, and then I can go back and add some more stuff. But when you do task turn-ins at 100th level, it's worth 250,000 experience points to do 10 task turn-ins at 100th level. Dole Amrith on up, yeah, it adds up quickly. And I mean, if you're out grinding on legendary items and trying to get those leveled up, task turn-ins, you'll just fly through it. It's a very easy way to get your stuff leveled up, case in point. I just had a weapon hit 50th. I've got to go reforge because of task turn-ins. So as you get above level, your personal experience points will be reduced, but your item experience won't be. Your items will still get full experience for those task turn-ins. And
wow. Yeah.
Like Cookie Mama was saying earlier, you start out with being able to do 5 tasks per day, but for every 100 tasks you turn in, you get a new title, and you also get a token to allow you to raise your maximum daily tasks up 1. So you can get to 10 tasks or higher per day, and some of the titles come with cool cosmetic cloaks. Like the Hotshot cloak I tend to wear a lot. It goes good with any red colored armor you have. The Busy Bee and the Eager Beaver titles also come with appropriate cloaks. And the cosmetics are fun. It's just a nice way to build up your wardrobe on the cheap. And there's nothing bad that comes from doing task turn-ins other than having to take 3 minutes at the end of your play session to remember to do it. So if I got all my tasks turned in, I can reload. I'm going to have more nasty filth, elegant scales. And it doesn't really matter right now if I'm picking guards or miners.
Is Moria the first place that has more than one rep going on concurrently? That's, some of them, yeah, you do the rep, but you do it like in succession.
Yeah, that's a good question. I want to say yes. I know Moria and Enidwaith both have dual reps, and I don't recall anything before that. Angmar is just Council of the North. Misty Mountains, a lot of people get freaked out because they don't want to leave the Trollshaws until they get kindred with Rivendell. And you actually get Rivendell rep in Misty Mountains and Eregion also. You don't have to finish it before you leave the Trollshaws. So there's not that much opportunity to grind rep there.
And you can get a lot of Mathams in the Goblin Town. I know that for sure.
Yeah, Mathams and Goblin Town banners. Mathams are for kindred with the Shire.
The Shire, yeah. Matham House in the Shire.
Alright, we'll do 2 nasty fills because I've got plenty of them. And you'll notice I just got another new alert to tell me that my task limit has been reached. I'm at 10 of 10 for the day, and it'll reset at 3 a.m. Eastern. And I could go back and do 10 more task turn-ins then if I was still on. So the other thing that's handy about the housing areas is not only do you have the task turn-in boards, you've got Relic and Forge Masters for if you have any legendary items that you need to reforge, which I can do that right now. My main sword, Foe Slayer, has leveled up again. Let's take Guardian Bleed damage because Zinger tells me that's important. Although the Overwhelm critical rating would be pretty nice too. Which one should I take, Zinger?
Bleed.
Okay.
Bleeds. I'll agree with him on this one. Bleeds.
All right.
Especially if you're redlining. Bleeds all the way. That's why it's red. Bleeds, bleeds, bleeds.
And you also have a Vault Keeper right here in the housing area for your convenience. I don't know if I've got anything else I need to put away at the moment, so it's mostly just popping in to look. I've just got a lot of junk I need to mail off. So I can do that off stream. And I think we've done fishing, crafting, eating on camera, task turn-ins, and lots of inventory management. I am about an hour and 20 minutes over my scheduled time. Nobody streams after me, so I reserve the right to play for as long as I'd like. Unfortunately, I'm a bit worn out, so I'm going to call it, but we'll take a look out and see if there's anybody we can go raid. Let's see, who else might be streaming Lotro at this time of night?
I don't know who's streaming Lotro. I know somebody's playing something that's not Lotro, but...
Well, one thing that Standing Stone Games was pretty clear about, that they don't want us hosting any other games on the Lotro stream channel other than Lotro.
Oh, Lotro stream. True. True. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Actually, one of the first nights I was on the official channel here, I didn't know that was that big of a deal. I went to stream, I hosted a DDO player thinking, well, same company, they're not going to care. As long as I'm promoting a Standing Stone Games game. And Eldolith was like, oh no, they want it to be Lotro or nothing. And I'm looking around thinking that it might be nothing. I don't see anybody else streaming. Let me try adjusting something real quick.
Is 7 Hero on?
It is the 7 Hero. Good catch. And hopefully he just started. He's got a few viewers. So we're going to go over and do a Lotro stream raid for the 7 Hero, who is a terrific guy and fun to watch, particularly if he's having a bad night. He gets kind of wound up sometimes and sputtery and just can't believe his misfortune occasionally. I really like the 7 Hero, but I take particular delight when he's having a salty night. It just amuses me. Watching him play the Overwatch beta was just priceless. He was just beside himself. That was a headshot! I shot him in the head! Why aren't they dead yet? He didn't realize it wasn't a real shooter. It was a MOBA in shooter format. So he eventually got over it, though. He's a good guy. So let's go over, and I think there's a raid command. There we go. So we're going to go over and raid the 7 Hero, and I'm going to give him a quick shout out. It is alphanumeric in nature. So let's go over and give him a Lotro raid, and I am delighted to host him. And thank you guys for coming out and watching tonight. I had fun playing, After my week at work, this has been kind of therapy for me tonight. I want to thank Zinger and the Cookie Mama for coming and hanging out with me in Discord. And I really appreciate everybody who came out to watch the stream tonight. I hope you all have a terrific weekend. And if the weather's as bad for you as it will be for me this weekend, by golly, get some quality Lotro time in. It'll be a good weekend for it. If you do get fresh air and sunshine and warm temperatures, then get outside and go get some vitamin D. I'd like to be out wrecking airplanes at the park, but it's not in the cards, so I will be playing video games. Anyway, have a great night. I'm going to count silently to 10, and then we're going to go say hi to the 7 hero. So here we go.
Bye, everyone. Yeah.